Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANs plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced, energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
and welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for May 28th, 2023. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skorick and many other knowledge seekers from different parts of this planet. And we're all have the same ethos in mind, which is to bring the peace and bring the change to this planet and join with our counterparts in the universal community, and maybe even join in a more intimate way than we've ever thought possible. Mr. Keshe is talking about transferring of energies between the soul of physicality. How do we do this? He's explaining more that there's a fairly complex and sophisticated system that man has to learn, in other words, to direct his soul. But this is what the teaching was basically about. But again, transferring energies, very similar to the way the UFO moves and the way the soul can move in the same way. And we're going to go through that clip. He also used the rings of Saturn to show that transfer of energy and the star formation as well. And then, of course, the most profound aspect about transferring energies of Earth as you falling in love with someone in the universal community and creating a whole new entity or a whole new structure. And apparently this goes on in the universe on a very regular basis. So it's nothing new, but of course, we're not quite used to all this. And this is what we have to think about and what we have to contemplate coming out. But again, there needs to be more details. He said we have special tools. We call them senses and things. But he's going to teach us many things when we're ready for it. And even in part that we're going to listen to today, he said we're not quite ready for certain things, but he doesn't want to make this a half-cooked job. So we'll be able to experience the soul and the physicality, I guess, simultaneously, or be able to see both of them. So again, slowly we're moving in, but he's preparing us for what is to come, and it looks like it's going to come rather quickly, at least for the initial people to start transmuting. And maybe, again, he said that he's hoping that we'd complete the full transmutation. I think I experienced it in a way on the energy dimension, but I did not do a full transmutation as we saw in the reactor group, but I was certainly active with the soul and with the soul of physicality. And of course, it's something I think that was done through the system rather than really totally me, even though I wanted to do it. I found it not replicatable, let's say, at least while I'm conscious, but that just means I haven't fully understood what I'm doing. And maybe that's okay for now, because if you do go places, you could fall into a problem and not be able to get out of it immediately. So we'll take it gradually. I did have a taste of it. I did see a bubble around me when I was on the moon, but when I was here in the physicality and I visited my sister and or in the energy dimension, and I went to Linz, I just realized this a couple of weeks ago that there was no bubble around me at that point, or anything I could clearly see. So it was a beautiful experience. And of course, it stayed with me, and we're going to expand and develop it further. But this is the idea of transferring energies, transmuting. And in the beginning, we need system assist, and that's what these systems are about. And then new systems that will come, he said, are even beyond the imagination of the man. Glad to see you're back with us, Ying, and you have your system corrected. I know that's been quite a problem, but it seems like it's not that hard to rectify it if someone does get into your Telegram account. Normally, we start with the World Peace Treaty, and that's how we'll start today. And let me just... And of course, this is going to become quite a fashionable item in a way. Everyone will, oops, sorry, thanks for getting that. I was just trying to do the participants. But anyway, this is the World Peace Treaty. And I believe Mr. Keshe expressed this over 20 years ago when he went to the world governments and he said, I can show the people on this planet how to feed themselves and generate their own power for very little cost, but the world governments rebuffed him. And of course, another aspect of it is pledging your nation to peace in exchange for advanced space technology. And apparently China has taken the foundation up on this offer with the plasmatic gas for energy, and then of course feeding again remotely through the fields. And I think we've shown some tests, and the results have been shared with probably more than one government, but at least at this point, one government has signed on. And I think this is where Mr. Keshe is working right now to put things together. I think he laid the groundwork a few years ago when he was in China and showing growing heart valves and things remotely. He said it's on video, and they also did, I believe, dialysis remotely as well, where you don't have to hook up to all these pins and hoses and the rest of it to do it. And it's quite uncomfortable, and even many people don't survive the dialysis. So sometimes they pass right on the table, but this is going to be done plasmatically now in the future. And again, these are things that are beyond our real imagination, even feeding remotely. Again, it's beyond our imagination. But to get to this point, or to get an aspect of this world peace, it's for the World Peace Treaty to be signed by everyone on this planet. And again, you don't have to sign it with a pen. You can sign it with the soul of your pen. You won't find anything written when you get in space. So, and we're not collecting these really, unless you're a private student, I guess. This is something that goes into your archives if you signed up to be a private student. But the agreement is between you and your soul. And this is an aspect of the world peace being delivered. As I said, technology in exchange for peace, giving from the soul. And this is the position that will create the change. I think we all thought it was possible, but this is sort of formalized now, and you can sign it. You can pass it out to other people. I gave one out yesterday to someone. And again, it's an aspect of the world peace being delivered to this planet. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty if you haven't seen it or experienced it before? It looked like we had a couple of new people here today. Maybe they're just friends or got invited to the meeting. I see, is it Mari Carmen? And then I thought there was one other one. I'm not sure if they're here. But anyway, welcome to this meeting. So would anyone like to read this, or shall I read it? And this puts us all in a similar ethos, a similar frame of mind, that's what this technology, this understanding is all about. It's for peaceful purposes. And it's moving us away from the destroying and killing aspect in our lives. So by taking a step or signing it with your soul or signing it with the pen, you're actually starting that process of improving your understanding of what world peace means. Does it just mean not picking up a gun and going to war? Or are we at war with many of the creatures on this planet, slaughtering animals and plants, which we refer to as vertical and horizontal people? So this is the World Peace Treaty, and I'll read it. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this, we all agree and swear with R, and you can delete as appropriate. Whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, your body, or your soul. Simply put your name, your signature, the date, position held, and on behalf of, again, your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, or as an individual. have it witnessed in the same manner. And after signing this treaty, be proud. I was just reading in the chat, sorry. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And ethos is just a collective way of thinking. And again, we have this understanding we are here to serve and not to be served, and that is the whole point of the creation, is to serve. And the universe becomes an oyster for those souls who serve. But of course, it's been instilled in us that the taking aspect of life is much more important than the giving aspect. And of course, I think both are important. Sometimes you have to take before you can give, and sometimes you can give and then something returns to you. So I think it can be approached in both ways. As Mr. Keshe explained, we'll hear him explain the elevation where you can elevate your own soul. But I like the displaying of this, even though I don't have the original one I signed. But you can reflect it again through your soul, through your thoughts, through your words, and through your actions, that you have become, or you're in the process of becoming, a peaceful being, whether you're here or whether you're in the universe. Any thoughts on this, or anyone have any recent experiences they'd like to share about the world peace? And again, China is being used as a tool of peace, and this whole understanding, this technology of the Keshe Foundation has been put into their 5-year plan, and I think that's why Mr. Keshe is over there. They're gearing up for testing. I think it's very much like the work he did with the swine flu or the pig flu in China, where he took so many animals, maybe 7 at the first trial, and then they went to 80, and I believe they went to 800. And so that was part of showing the interaction of fields to the Chinese government, as well as to the people that were involved in the testing. Okay, if no one has any thoughts or anything, I thought we would go to the first clip. And this is where Mr. Keshe actually is using the UFO, which they taught for so long. He had to start with the matter state and then move into the soul understanding. Otherwise, they probably would have hung him in the church or something like that. The UFO is still there and the technology is valid, but he's trying to get us understand it's very similar to us using our soul and directing our souls. Again, it's probably the most complex and sophisticated system, he said, was to use these emotions to direct the soul, or these interactions. So we need to know a little bit more about that and start to practice it. But here's the clip I thought we'd share today. And feel free to stop it at any time if you'd like to add something or to share an aspect of it that may be. Actually, I didn't want to go to this clip right now. I wanted to do something else, which was to go to the Keshe Foundation store. We just had a session elevating the soul of the children. And what's coming up now, that happened on Friday. There'll be a follow-up meeting this coming Friday. But we're going to be elevating the soul of the abusers. This is more than a one-step process. But this is happening on the 30th of June. Again, it's €250 plus $50 value added tax. We're all helping to develop the systems and to gain confidence within ourselves as well. And you may also receive some sort of small gift that the foundation may adjust the soul, or touch the energies of the soul, or put something in your brain. I notice we experience that. But this is the next session coming up. And you should feel privileged that you could even attend something like this, because most people think this problem has gone on forever and it will continue to go on forever. But this is the beginning of the start to the end of this practice on this planet. And you can see the next session. This is from the Brazil team, which they put book your virtual seat for your soul, elevating the soul of the abusers. And again, the pattern of child abuse has to be stopped. You will see the effect of it. In less than 3 months, you elevated the soul of the world leaders to understand the beginning of the world peace, and change of technology has started. Join us again for the next step of ending child abuse by signing up for the June session. And yes, I thought the elevation of the world leaders, I'm sure they're not all there, but they're on the road to get there. But for one government to step forward and put the Keshe Foundation in their 5-year economic plan, the largest government on this planet, or one of them, I think we're in competition, the United States and China. But rather than have a competition, I think we need peace as the winner for both parties and all parties on this planet. But this is what you've been invited, or what's being offered by the Keshe Foundation. And feel humble and privileged that you can be there to continue this process. I know Mr. Keshe said that he was going to go into some extensive teaching the children how to move themselves out of this, and this is an aspect of it. And again, we're elevating the children, and we're elevating the soul of the abusers as well. I know it was quite a quiet session on Friday. There wasn't a lot of talking or real verbal interactions, but it was more on the soul level to try and create this allowing your soul to shine and then radiate out. And that's what I am keeping this emotion in my mind, that my soul is, obviously, we all know it's like a sun, and it's radiating out fields to elevate the soul of the children. And so I'm keeping this emotion with me, and I'm trying to do it often and all the time. The same way we join together and elevate all the souls on this planet for the world peace, which the Universal Council has invited all of us to participate in it. And we'll see that later at 9 p.m. every day to bring the world peace. And again, it's not a Zoom meeting or a Telegram meeting, it's on the energy level. And of course, we're so physical, we think this is a far out aspect or concept for us to work with energies, but we're already working with them when you dream, where you create the emotion of love, where you create other emotions through your senses, perhaps. Again, but there's a difference in creating them in the matter state and creating them in the energy or the soul level. When the soul of physicality is within the soul, it's a different emotion that's created of some sort. Again, I only have a very meager understanding of this knowledge, and I'm not afraid or ashamed to admit it. There's so much more we're going to be learning. But I think it's going to, with the system assist, and as he said, you'll see how fast the soul of man changes once they're put into some of these systems, or how quickly they can expand. And as I said, I experienced that definitely in the reactor group, although I haven't been able to per se replicate it in the same manner. But I had a taste of it, and it's a beautiful experience. Just like a dream, but you're fully conscious of what you're observing or how you're interacting. So we encourage all of you, and that can be found. Whoops, sorry about that. Let me just bring that back if I can. No, that wasn't the one. Okay. And again, this is where you find it on the store. You simply set up an account. pay your fees. They'll send you a confirmation of it, and you can transfer funds through your bank to the Keshe Foundation. But it's gotten a little bit better as far as processing the booking. So feel free to participate in this very unique experience. And again, it's not only for you, it's more of developing the system for the foundation so that they can then deliver this even more profoundly. As we've been invited for the balancing of the pH or the growing of a tooth. These are other trials that are going on within the Keshe Foundation, again, to develop the technology so that it can reach many, many more people simultaneously. So let's go to the clip that I had talked about earlier. And this is the one where Mr. Keshe uses the example of the UFO and the soul of physicality and the soul of the man, and it's very similar operation. So we'll spend 15 minutes here, and feel free to stop it at any time, ask a question, or to make a comment, however you'd like. Again, we all take from this knowledge what our intellect allows, and we all understand it differently because we absorb different fields. So the technology or the understanding will be slightly different for the others. The way you understand it may not be the way I understand it, but that's okay. We're all growing and expanding and understanding more. To gain the totality, you'd have to visit every position and place in the universe, and that would take some time. But we're gaining aspects of the totality more and more than anyone has ever done on this planet or in the universe. As Mr. Keshe said, this is the fastest and most complete delivery of knowledge and technology that he's been aware of. And he's been doing this around the universe for millions of years, getting civilizations out into the universe to join the universal family. So let's start with this first clip about just understanding how a UFO works in a way, the concept of it, moving energies with the inner reactor, and now taking that to use your own emotions, your own energies, to create different positions or to move the soul in a certain direction. I know he said a field has a directional movement, and I remember him also saying that a plasma has a directional movement as well, but in addition to the directional movement, it has a rotational movement. So that's a basic difference between a field and a plasma, even though a field in a way is sort of a plasma, I would say, but the plasma is made out of fields, which are made out of rays, and so on and so forth, and we know the rest of that story. So let's go here.
The teachings of today, or sharing of the knowledge of today, is part of the understanding of the energy, of understanding of what we call transformation of energy, transferring energy from one point to another, transferring directional motion of energy. As we talked last time, going from Earth to the moon is a straight line. We see it, we observe it, the face side. What about if you want to go to the other side? What about if you want to go to Mars and then suddenly change direction to another galaxy? The understanding of the change of direction of the motion of a plasma is one of the most complicated and sophisticated ways that the man will learn to direct his soul. It's very much like you change your thoughts. You think something good, and then immediately you think about something bad, and then you think something emotionally change to happiness and joy, or a cry, or hunger. So these are change of direction, but we call it emotion, depends which part of the brain of the man you use. Man has to learn how to do the same, to direct his soul, direct his source of energy to any direction from one position to another. As we said, In the future, we can develop technologies that you can pinpoint to something you can see or a place you can direct to with partial energy of the soul of the man, that the bigger in trying to bring the other tool or redirects it into that direction. But what happens when the soul of physicality of the man is inside? When your control room is inside the plasma, so what is the utter's plasma? If you look at the space technology, in the past, we always spoke about this when it came to what we call the spaceships, what we call, if you have a craft, you have a craft. We create a plasma around it, but this plasma has to have a direction. How do we change direction? How do we position ourselves to change the direction? You're moving in which and in what direction you want to change to. If you're going in direction A and then you want to change.
And remember, Mr. Keshe is preparing us to start to learn how to move the soul in certain directions. He said it's a very complex, or one of the most complex and sophisticated systems. So it's something we're going to learn. We're not quite there yet, even though we're doing it as a dream. We want to do it as we're conscious of what's going on. But again, it's coming in the very near future, how to do this. But just to get the concept that the UFO and the physicality, the soul of physicality, soul of the man, it's a very, very similar process of moving energies or fields to create an interaction.
How do you do it? Your dynamic plasma inside is rotating in the same direction. How do you change the position of the fields to take a new direction and at the same time to turn your craft to a new position? It's the same thing with the soul. Here we use physical systems. In the body of the man, we use emotion. If this is your soul, and if this is the space in the brain where is sadness, and B is a space where is joy, how do we change these two? Suddenly we go from one to another. It's the same as this, it's no difference. With this, we cannot change the soul, but we change the strength, the field strength in the dimension of the soul of physicality. And the point of interaction changes. So in space, as now we know, we talk two different types of transportation and transmutation. Transportation is when you have a physical body. You call it UFO, we call it a spaceship. Or transmutation, when you actually have only the soul and the soul of physicality, and you use the field energy strength without the matter state. There is no more physical body. Man now, having these two choices, has to decide. But the method of the transportation, change of direction, the speed does not change. If you look in the basis of the star formation, if you have a star formation base, that you have your upper reactor, those of you who've been with us long enough, you know what I'm talking about, then you see what happens. How do you keep this, which is plasma, to move in this direction? This is a state of no emotion. This is a state of sadness. If I change the direction to this one, this becomes a state of happiness, but it's still the same plasma. Or you put a craft in it and it changes direction. How do we change this? How we come to understand the change in the science and the understanding of the knowledge between the two. As I said, now we bring the two gradually together. What we talked about, the space technology with the math.
There was a slight glitch there.
The energy as a plasma. In the present space technology, we have moved to this dimension where for a long time we thought about this, because the knowledge of the man has gone one step further.
And so the knowledge of the man, he said, has gone one step further than the UFO. And many times they've reported when they look inside the UFO, they don't really see any control panel or anything. So I think they figured out a way to connect those reactors with perhaps the captain or something like that on the ship. But they haven't reached the level of understanding of how to do it without the craft, just with their soul. Even though they're very, very sophisticated in knowledge, we couldn't hold a candle to them, but they haven't figured out the way to travel through just pure energies without any matter state, which I find unusual in a way, but apparently that's the state of affairs, and man is going to be tasked with showing them how to do that. And maybe this will solidify our relationships in a way, or perhaps that'll be the time you fall in love with a creature. I don't know.
Then we see how we can use the same knowledge. Here, the change of the position comes from the soul of physicality with a soul. Here comes with the position of one reactor in respect to the other. In the body of the man, we call it different emotions, where we use the soul of physicality outside the, what we call the soul itself. And then we see there is no difference. Then we understand plasma technology talks about the same thing. Here is a energy based with the emotion of the man. Here is energy based with the dimension of no physicality, but interaction of two plasmas. When the plasma of the soul of the man overtakes the soul of plasma of physicality, where here is the other way around. And if you bring it to the matter state, you speak about UFOs, flying machine. But you use the same technology. And if you understand this, we do not need to create different names, different words for the same thing. Energy production, control of the energy, how you move one energy to another, and what dictates what position. If you look at the science of the man, we have a very, very special way to change energy in our emotions. We call it the senses. When you have an eye and you have from the eye, you absorb, you see something, you change the energy which the soul and the soul of physicality create. It makes you laugh, makes you cry, makes you to run away. So in a way, the energy absorption through the emotion of the sight dictates the position and the strength, where with the interaction of the soul of physicality and the soul of the man creates the emotion. We see something sad, we cry. But it's an emotion of sadness, but it interacts with, it creates a condition with interaction of the two fields. The soul of the man, the soul of physicality, and the interaction of third energy coming in, which is the sight energy, which brings information, which again is energy, and then this creates an emotion, which this will show most probably as a reaction. You run, you laugh. But does laughter carries on to the soul of the man? In a way, if you understand this, so when you have a spaceship and you have a central plasma and you have the others, you can dictate different energy plasmas and change direction of the motion in each way and direction you need, or the reverse. The question to ask is, for example, if we have two eyes and we see an incident, is our emotion strength is the same as when we have one eye? We might think it's the same, but it's not, because the information transfer is not the same field of strength. It has not as confirmation of the second condition. Do you feel the same cold if you have one hand or two hands? This energy conversion, which adds to the interaction of the field of the soul and soul of physicality of the man, creates a slightly different position of motion. That brings that interaction of the fields, we call it the emotion of the man. Using the same knowledge, understanding this principle, now in your thoughts, you can dictate the direction of the soul. Because now the emotion of the soul of physicality is inside. You can much easier interact and change direction, or retract in that matter. Isn't this what a magnet does when you put it amongst other magnets? When you put a magnet in, it just doesn't stand. All the magnets on the table move in different directions. Some retract, some move forward. And it doesn't matter if all your magnets are the same or different. If we understand this, if we comprehend the strength of the field interactions and change of it, we can bring huge changes in the knowledge of man, not only in the matter state, but in the space and science, in development of new technologies. If any of you have had any of the reactors I built years ago, and most probably hundreds of you have these reactors somewhere stashed away, blue and pinkish color ones. Open one of them up and you understand the knowledge. Does not matter if it's in a matter state or it's in the energy plasma state. You see how I have used nanomaterials hidden within the magnets to create field forces that leads to creation of different emotion within the man by drinking the water or becoming near to it. If your position of depression in the brain has been in this position, and to be comfortable has to be here, how can waters passing a magnet and matter state, nano state, can change and move? You have Alzheimer's. How it happens this way? This knowledge has been in front of you. Now you have to understand it. Now you have to comprehend the changes you can bring. Because if you understand this, you can decide the elevation of the soul of the man. Don't bang your head against the walls in Jerusalem, and don't bang your head on the floor with bending 17 times a day. Understand how you transfer energy directly to the soul and how you strengthen it. We talk about the vortexing. If you understand, if you have the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of the man, if you can create a dimension of the rotation in different strengths, you can yourself, through the soul of physicality and emotion of the man, elevate your own soul. You don't need the walls of Jerusalem. No way but banging your head against it to ignorance. And you don't need no prophet. Because more or less, once you learn it, you have already learned the path to elevate your soul, to strengthen it. The teaching is consistent. It's for you to understand. Many times.
So the teachings are consistent, even though we think we hear a lot of inconsistencies where Mr. Keshe says one thing at one point in time and another at another point in time. And it sounds the opposite, but our depth of knowledge is not that deep to understand it. And he said, as we add more knowledge in the coming time, you'll go back, and we're doing that now in a way, reviewing some of the older workshops, and they are making a bit more sense. But again, amazing that we can elevate our own souls. Everyone's looking on the outside for something to elevate the soul when we can do it ourselves. And I don't think that's a selfish thing to do. Maybe some people think, oh, you should be elevating other people's souls. But if you elevate your soul, then you can elevate other souls and transfer energies to other ones. And maybe that's what part of this satellite program is going to do, in conjunction, of course, with the system wherever it's going to be set up in China, or it's not going to be in Linz anymore in the very near time. But a beautiful knowledge that's being shared with all of us. And that's why I say I'd rather have Mr. Keshe explain it to you than myself, because I probably will leave out many important aspects. But when he teaches, he's teaching through the soul. So even though you may feel confused when you finish a teaching, or you've only gotten a part, I think we've all gotten more than we think we understand in a way. There's something going on the soul level that's elevating. But you can elevate your own soul, and in doing that, it may make it easier to elevate the soul of others. But I don't think it's a selfish process at all. This is the whole understanding, is to all the systems that the Keshe Foundation produces are for the elevation of souls. And again, we try to add to souls. We don't try to take away from them as much as possible. Any thoughts or any questions that anyone would like to raise? Otherwise, we're going to go to, he did say about the pink and blue reactors, or pink and bluish reactors. Has anyone, he's actually said, take it apart and take a look at it. You may not still understand it, but did anyone or have a picture of a blue or pinkish reactor? He said many of you have those stashed away somewhere. Alex, I don't know if anyone's seen any of those. I haven't, or maybe I have and I didn't realize what I was looking at. Okay, we're going to go to our next clip, and this is about the survival. But more than that, it's about meeting our counterparts and falling in love with them, which is,
Mark?
again, yes.
Can you look at my picture?
I don't see your picture. Where is it?
In the panel list? Do you see it?
I see JG. Are you trying to share the screen?
I already shared the video.
Okay, I didn't see it.
I think if you stop your sharing, you will see it.
Okay. There, we're seeing Randy's screen now, EDU 20. Let's see, maybe it's behind this.
Mark, he has to be made a host.
Oh, that's
co-host.
the new, yeah, again. Okay, we have to make you a co-host, Jalal. This is the new, otherwise no one else can see what you're sharing. Okay. Take the screen now, Jalal.
Do you see it?
Yeah, I think this is the new focus mode that they're talking about in Zoom. Yes, here it is. We do see it. Everyone see it, hopefully? Now, this is the pink.
No,
bluish-
Mark, when you speak, you show back up and the video disappears again. So only when Jalal is speaking do we see his video.
Wait, let me.
Okay, I'm just gonna let someone in.
Do a double click on Jalal's
Do you see it now?
name. That'll come up.
Yes, we can see it now, Mark.
I haven't done anything differently.
This is a blue reactor. And
It's
this
got
is
magnets in it.
and this is a white reactor.
Jalal, does he have magnets in the blue reactor?
No, 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 no.
This is what he's talking about. Take it apart, see the nanomaterial, see the magnets in the blue reactor. Some of the people have it stashed somewhere.
And this is near blue reactor.
Is this something Mr. Keshe made? Is this a reactor Mr. Keshe made?
But you mentioned the blue reactor. I said, okay, let me show you blue reactor.
Sure. Yeah, I think he was talking about when he was changing the emotion just by coming near to the water or drinking the water. He asked to take those reactors apart and see the magnets in the nanomaterial. Not that you'll probably understand it, but this is what he was using initially to change energies within the person or within the brain.
If you change the emotion connect to the environment. So you change the environment, you change the emotion. You change the emotion, you change the environment in respect to what you want.
Right. Yep, it's very simple once you understand it or have done it once or twice.
I will stop sharing.
Okay, let me share again. I'll put the background back up and we'll go back to, thank you, Jalal. Very interesting. What were you trying to create with those blue reactors?
A new gases.
Okay. Something for the energy? Or something for health? Or something for something else, perhaps?
It's the same.
Material?
All is the same.
Say again, please.
All is the same one. There is no different.
Okay.
You take from it as you like.
Good. Okay. You didn't turn blue or anything, did you?
Not yet.
Well, that's what we're going to cover now about this instinct of survival, this emotion of survival, survival of the soul in whatever dimension, time, position, or place you could be in. And we all have that. He said, if you didn't have that wish to survive, you would already become an energy into something else. The soul wouldn't be there, but apparently the soul wants to survive and wants to experience more. So let's go to this next clip. I'm going to need to find it here, and I think I made a second one, so we can start right here, and we're going to go for about 12 minutes on this. But this is such a phenomenal thing about mixing the energies from different planets, falling in love head over heels for some counterpart you may meet in the universal community, and not having so much a physical interaction with them, but having a field interaction where you create an entirely new creature that's probably never been seen before. Or perhaps the creature will take on its own dimension. But he said this goes on in the universe. It's been going on for millions of years, where different energies from different planets are intermingled to create new creatures. And this is where he says, I've always heard that expression, when you mix the blood, you get better people. Now, I had to think about that for quite a while. I don't know if that's true or whatever, but that was some old expression that people, and I know even in the animal world, when you have a dog that's a purebred, normally they have more sort of streaks in them in a way that doesn't allow them to fully function correctly, or they have a weak hip, and it runs in there. But when you mix the blood, you get very more, let's say, balanced entities or something along that line. And I don't know if this is what Mr. Keshe is talking about, but he said the creatures are beautiful and creatures we've never seen before. But we have to learn a little bit more about it. But he said you're going to fall in love, and this is a huge understanding. I mean, people on this planet can't even stop playing the skin game to think they're different than the others. But we're going to be mixing energies with different energies from other planets and creating new, as he said, in the your true children come out of your soul in a future time. And apparently that time is getting closer and closer. Any thoughts from anyone? I don't know how the family will react. Hopefully they'll be elevated to see what you've brought and want to intermingle with. But yes, even this morning I had someone tell me on the telephone that it doesn't sound right with these energies. But anyway, they're not at the field strength to understand it, but we're still planting seeds. So let's go to this short clip right here about this falling in love with the universal, this understanding of survival, and then interacting with these falling in love, actually head over heels, worse than you fall in love on this planet. But not so much with the physicality, with the fields interaction.
Change of the color of the skin is not just evolution, it's a sense of emotion of survival. Then, if you put all this knowledge together, you understand what will be the future of the man in space. How do we manifest ourselves? How we change color in different part of the space. We never seen a purple pinkish man ever on this planet, maybe on the other part of the universe. Through the interaction of the survival of the soul with the soul of the physicality, man will manifest itself in different colors of the universe to guarantee the survival, the existence of the soul in dimension, time, position, and place. Where does the emotion of survival comes from? If there wasn't an emotion to survive, it would have exploded, it would have gone to added to something else and not to stay the soul of the man. The soul of the man, we call it, has its own emotion. If you look in understanding that the soul of the man and the brain of the man and the soul of physicality, which is the rotation of the fields of what goes through your blood and the rest of it, creates different emotion. What happened when the soul is outside and the soul of physicality is inside? It's still the same, it still creates emotion. It's no difference. But the strength of the field of these emotions are very different than these. These expand what we call the width of the universe, where this is limited to the dimension of physicality of the man, cry, run, and the rest. Then, if you can understand this, if you can elaborate, if you can develop technologies to replicate it, then you can create a plasma to be the soul of the man, the plasma to be the soul of physicality of the man, and see how man manifests itself in a dimension of the plasma anywhere in the universe. How you will look on Mars without the monkey suit of the space. So when you go through the whole structure of the teaching from the beginning, then you understand there is a consistency in the knowledge. Now you can see how it sits in the total dimension of energy, where the weaker is outside through the dynamic field concentration controls the strength of the soul, which is miniature in the center, where then the soul expands beyond the physicality and creates a condition, or when you create a field which is beyond the dimension of physicality, what we call shielding. There is no difference.
So we're all going to have an opportunity to see what we would look like on certain positions and times and dimensions in the universe, to see maybe if you'd like to go there. Again, I don't think we can base it all on what we look like. Maybe we'll have a maybe you won't like what you look like in that position, but you will certainly enjoy your emotion in that position. That may be something else we have to consider. Well, gee, I'm just I'm just a twig or something, but it feels so natural and it feels so right, and I'm happy in that position. But when I look at it, I don't associate with that in a way. And this may be some of the things, but we're going to have the ability through the technology to test what you would look like, maybe also what you would feel like in that position. And this is perhaps how we'll find that place to be happy, or what we call heaven, where you're happy to exist and serve in that position. Again, there's a lot to be taught, but I think it's going to speed up in a way. As he said, when we put the man in the system, as I experienced in the reactor group, how fast everything happened. So I think it's going to be very similar for those who are part of taking part of or experience these new technologies. I'm sure it's not going to be open to everyone initially, but we'll be able to experience this, what I would look like if I was on a star somewhere, or how I would manifest. How do I feel in that position? It'll probably give us a lot of understanding of where we want to go and where we want to manifest ourselves. This seems to be part of it. Although if you do get intertwined with members of the universal community and creating things or falling in love with them, they may also change your perspective on how you want to manifest or look, or what position you'll be in. Again, he said, man has a lot to consider coming up. Anyone else? Don't be shy. You're not wrong, but you're not 100% right either. We continue.
Now, the whole structure of the teaching comes to next step, understanding. How would you change? How would you go from one to the other? And then what will be important for you is, what's next for me? This is how I said in Africa, you have a black skin. In North Pole, you have a white skin. You go to China, you have a yellow skin. And then if the emotion of the physicality with the emotion of the soul of the man, with the dimension and interaction of the solar planet and the position and the time changes the color of the skin of the man, it has to have to do with the emotion of existence, emotion to survive, emotion to carry with the continuity of the interaction of the fields to keep that. And then we have developed a technology or a knowledge or a science within us that we package this one and we call it the gene, and we transfer it to the next one, next generation. What comes out of the plasma of us as sperm or an egg. And in the interaction of the two, we get mixture of Caucasian colors.
So first he was showing the similarity between the matter state reactors in the craft and how you can move your soul. Here he's doing the same thing. We put this information or this energy into the sperm and the egg, but now he's going to go into how you do it with just the pure energy, no matter state involved. So it's the same matter state to the dimension of energy. It's maybe becoming simpler for some of us, that it's all the same matter state to the energy, understanding the matter state, not completely, maybe just getting the concept of it, and then moving that into the dimension of energy. It works very similar. But he did say that this idea of this complete and sophisticated system of directing the soul is one of the most, again, complex systems that we're going to understand or start to learn about. It's a very complex and sophisticated, one of the most, he said. So we do have some understanding yet to be had. Although I think the soul probably understands it, it's, again, there's some processes that need to happen and a bit more teaching. But this is, again, the most complex and sophisticated system about directing, how learning how to direct the soul into certain positions or certain directions, and not just a straight line.
He's half Chinese, half white. How come sometimes you have a black and a white partner and the child is totally white or totally black? No sign of the parents of the other side in the skin, but the feature of the black in the white skin. How did the emotion of the soul of the man has transferred the knowledge from both sides, one in physicality and one in what we call emotion of the skin? This is what we'll have to understand. This is what the next topics and interactions and the teachings will come. Because in the next few years, with what we see coming up, with the agreements made, with building of the new space technology, it's inevitable that man will meet his counterparts in space. We will fall in love with the beauty of the citizens of the universe, worse than we fall in love with a woman and a man of this planet. How do we create our next generation? Having a mixed race on this planet is not unique. This has happened across the universe for millions of years. Now man who goes into space will have that. How do you transfer the emotion of the man in? How do you keep the killing instinct out of your energy, of your what we call partner that you want to mix with to create a new life? Then we understand mankind has come to a point, mankind has reached the eventual point of interacting with the universal community, not only by name and UFOs, but by interaction of the life, interaction and exchange of energies, which lead to the new generation of the creation of energies from this planet. And then the other side from another part of the universe. If we see the beauty in the mixed race children, can you imagine how beautiful it will be when we see the beauty in the mixture of the soul of the children of the universe, in the attraction and the love of the two? It's our job to understand this before we become the passenger of the universe, before we break out of this village of planet Earth. As I was telling one of knowledge seekers recently, I will teach you how to go from the soul to physicality, or see both at the same time. If I don't teach you this, it's like a half-cooked job, but you're not ready for it.
Any comments from anyone? We're going to continue about 5 more minutes on this interaction. Perhaps you'd like to start a dating service or something where you can make introductions. I don't think that'll be necessary, but the main point here is he wants us to fully understand this process before we go out into space. So there's yet even more teaching or learning something special that we're going to have to understand before we're let loose into the universe, so we don't make a mistake, as I understand it. Any other thoughts? Again, this is going to be quite a thing for mankind as a whole. As I said, they can't even get over the different tones of the skin to think they're different. How are they going to handle different shapes or objects, things you've never even seen before, and saying that you're creating children with this entity? But this is the process of the universe, creating new things. That's why there's so many things that you haven't seen before, because there's new beings being created between these civilizations or passengers of the universe or different planets and so on. Let's continue if no one has a thought on this. But this is part of our survival in the universe, but we have to learn it. He said, otherwise it's just a half-cooked job. Or as he said, a half a doctor is worse than no doctor at all.
Some knowledge says, oh, I do this, it's perfect. But if you can do this, can you shift your body to United States in 2 seconds? The science of the plasma has not and cannot become fashionable, has to become understood, to become a knowledge of life in space. Then we understand, then we develop, then we progress to understand more of the mixtures of the interaction of the fields of the universe. How in 1 second you're a light, which is a plasma, and the next second you become an entity, you call yourself a spaceship. How in 1 second you're a body of the man, and in transmutation of the fields in the dynamic state, you become just a light. And how you can do the reverse and become a physical man. This process of teaching will come into progress in the development and the teaching in the next coming cycles of what is planned to come. How you can change yourself, how you can move yourself from one dimension to the other, or be aware of both. It's very much loving and living. I hold my lover, but I'm aware of my physicality, my heartbeat, but I feel the emotion of holding, sharing the love and the care. These are the parts which we have to learn if man has to become a passenger of the universe. Exchange of the fields, exchange of direction of the motion of the fields. How do you move your soul of physicality within the dimension of the soul that it brings you different emotion of the soul? It brings you different understanding and different dimension of the motion of the soul. Unfortunately, we don't have these turning buttons that you can turn it 20-degree left and 4-degree right, or press a button left 4, right 4, and the rest of it. It has to come from the emotion, essence of the interaction of the two fields, of the soul and the soul of physicality, of the soul of the man in the center and the soul of physicality outside, and what emotion they create. When he said, I made man in the image of myself, it means man has emotion as much as I have in a dimension of fields and sources of the energies of the universe. I feel the pain of the creation on this planet, so I change that. I feel the joy in another planet, I increase it. But all have in essence, the essence of emotion within them, because it's me who has that, and you're part of me who have created thee as is you.
So you're created as me, as is you. I made the man in the image of myself, and you have all the attributes as a creator. So this is what, but this is the new cycle of teaching that's going to be coming up in the next cycle of teaching, as I understand it. Again, we're peeling, or Mr. Keshe is peeling back the onion layer by layer, and we know how many layers are on an onion. So, but we'll get there, and he's a master at using this technology. As he said, he already knows how to do these things. It's for us to gain this knowledge, and since he's done this for millions of years, and he's very well seasoned to deliver it along with the universal community as they understand it. So there'll be a new cycle of teaching, a new understanding, and then we'll share it with the others. Perhaps this is where the 200 are going to come in, which he's going to take some time to teach them to be able to do it and then teach the others. Any thoughts? But this is what we're being shown and being directed into moving forward. And this is gaining the aspect of eternal life, as I understand it. You have to transmute over a period. It may be 1 year, it may be 1 minute, it may be 1,000 years, or it may be longer. But this is the process of gaining immortality, to go through this transmutation process. And that way you're really free. You can come back to Earth, you can go to the moon, Mars, anywhere you'd like, and exist as an energy and then manifest as a physicality without the spacesuits. Otherwise, we really haven't done anything different if you have to stay in a spacesuit or in a dome on the moon. But that'll be the first steps, I think, and then venturing out into outside of the dome and seeing, as he said, if you're there in the dome on the moon with your partner and they decide to step out and they manifest as a cat or some other entity you've never seen before, would you still accept them? Would you still be in love with them? Would you have totally different understanding, or would it question your own understanding, who you thought you were holding in the bedroom or dancing with or other places? So this is going to create a lot of deeper understandings, I think, in all of us, and especially the idea that we're all equal. Whether you manifest it as a grain of sand or a stone, or you manifest it as a planet or a universe, they're all to be respected, and they all have the right to exist. Any thoughts from anyone? As he said at the end of this teaching, I hope I didn't lose you with this, because again, if you explain this to someone right now, they're gonna say, you've been watching too many science fiction movies. This doesn't really exist. It can exist, or we'd already know about it, but this is the course mankind is being taken on. I'd like to play a final clip from Danilo, and we'll just move up to about that spot. And this was about the dream, understanding it more. And again, it's hard to process someone else's dream, as Mr. Keshe said, if you're not there. So, but he does add some understanding for all of us to add more. Thank you, Danilo, for posing this question.
Yes, go ahead, Danilo.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Mr. Keshe. I just want to share something that happened to me 2 nights ago. I wake up on the middle of the night, and it was not a dream. It was, I just realized that I was a bubble. I was inside a bubble. Like in the place of my head, there was a bubble bigger than my head, a little bigger. And I was like a bubble. I had no legs, no arms, no nothing. It's like I felt that I was that bubble. And I'm just want to ask Mr. Cash if is this the soul? This is I can define the soul as this bubble, Mr. Cash.
I don't know. I was inside the bubble. I don't know what you saw. Possibly you can explain to see your own. A lot of people who went through the system in Linz speak about this bubble. A lot of them. A lot of majority, a large number of people, they said they were as they felt that inside the energy back their own soul, they call it. Yes, it's quite possible. It's not, you don't need a machine. And can you expand it? And what would be the interaction of this bubble? It's not unusual, but yes, you can. Because we've seen with many people who went through the system and then they think they were in a bubble of energy of their own and you expand it. You don't need a system. If you can reduce the blood flow, field strength over your soul, you can create that bubble. There's a lot of techniques you can use to do it. I wasn't there, but most probably maybe you have.
So the job is basically realize that you are already dead, but you just ignore. Can I say this?
Don't die. Why do you think when the soul expands, you die? You actually live better than dying. Because when you see it, it means you are still within you. The physicality is still, the soul of physicality is still within you. You see it through the eye or the strength field of the eye of emotion of the man. In the future, I'll explain this, why man goes from the physicality into the soul and what it gives it. It gives it a lot of knowledge about the observation. In a way, when we say we get the information from our soul, soul learns a lot from the dimension of physicality and uses it for its existence. It's not a one-way traffic. Shall we call it a day? Because we started a little bit late. And
Okay, yes, I experienced that bubble, and it just came to me recently that I only really experienced it on the moon in this dimension of energy. I didn't do a full transmutation. I was just in the energy of the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. But in the two places I went to on Earth, I did not recall that bubble. I don't know why. I was floating at one point, and then I was walking at another point down the escalator and breaking off a lead, but I didn't have that experience of a bubble. But on the moon, I did see sort of a clear shielding, perhaps in a way. And you need that protection there. Maybe you don't need it here. I don't understand it yet completely, but that was the experience. But it just came to me a couple weeks ago about this bubble. It wasn't anything profound. It was rather just a thin, didn't really understand it, but I was inside it. So again, he's going into more of these teachings and understandings, but when he created the new systems, he said, you'll see how fast the soul of the man expands. And that's what I experienced. It was instantaneous, and it was on the moon. And then instantaneous, it was in another position. And then instantaneous, it was in Linz. And then instantaneously, I was back in the kitchen, putting a leaf on the table. But then I didn't see the leaf. And I realized I brought it back in the dimension of energy, not in the dimension of the physicality. So as he said, the soul learns a lot or the soul of physicality learns a lot, and so doesn't the soul. When you have this reverse position in a way. But there's so much more to be shared again. And when he went through that little teaching in this part about the seed and how it's time for, again, I'm not sure where that is, that the physicality isn't really needed. It's ready to, yeah, I think this one on the seed right here. And do you really need the physicality? But yet we read that paper, you're responsible for all three souls. So he said, you don't need the physicality anymore. It's performed its function. The flower has bloomed. It's added energy to the soul. And now the soul is ready to go into the next position. But this is where we get this, what seems to be incongruent, where he said you have to take all three, the physicality, the soul of physicality, and the soul of the man. You cannot leave garbage around the universe. In this part, he's saying you can, the physicality has served its purpose. You don't need it anymore. So we'll have to see as we go along in this teaching. Again, another beautiful and short teaching. We've played probably half of the, and then of course there's the question and answer following this. So it's a beautiful process. We're privileged to be here. We also should remain humble. As I said earlier, the moment you see yourself higher than the other is the moment you fail. So humbleness is a very important aspect of this technology. Even with absorbing from the lamb, he said you have to become more humble than the lamb to take its energies or to absorb its energies. So maybe that is an example of taking first. Or do you give to the lamb and then it feeds you? Again, there's many aspects, and we've got a little bit more to go, probably quite a bit, to learn all the etiquettes in the different positions, and not to be fooled by any of these. He keeps referring to these prophets who will, in the universe, who will try to, or magicians, will try to fool you into something. I don't know exactly what, but he wants us to be prepared, and we need to learn some of these things before we leave the planet. So perhaps we'll be practicing here for a while. But again, the idea of tourism, he said, is going to be the main thrust of this technology. So perhaps some of the knowledge seekers or others will be taking short excursions, actually interacting with the craft, taking people and to see the beauties of the universe in the physicality. And then on that trip, sort of showing them or teaching them that they can actually do it without the craft. And then when they land and they come back, they may say, well, gee, I don't really need to take a craft anymore. I need to figure out how I can do this myself. So maybe that's how the tourism plays into it. I'm not sure. Or you may be ferried to different domes and different planets on the universe. I'm not exactly sure what Mr. Keshe has, but it's certainly interaction and creation of energies with the universal community. And this is what he's getting us, in a way, prepared for. I mean, a man wouldn't think about interacting with a dog and creating another entity, but this is the way it's going to work in the space. And these entities are not going to look human. But they're going to, this is the process of creation and creating whole new energies of multiple planets. Or two planets anyway. Energies from this one and energies from the other one, which will put a whole new slant or dimension of creation into the universe. Any thoughts from anyone? Anyone want to share anything? Otherwise, we'll go into the Dome of Peace. And of course, this is an aspect of the peace being delivered to this planet, that we all start to learn how to give and to transfer energies. The first part of it is doing it in the matter state. And even before I go there, let's just bring up this daily invitation from the Universal Council. Again, it's about sharing energies, giving energies, maybe absorbing some energies as well. I don't think there's a hard and fast rule. It depends on the conditions, whether you give first and take or take first and give. As I was listening to the teaching of the practical energy application with ECMAR, it was a very, very good understanding there that was shared. So we have a lot to learn, but this is a universal invitation. The Universal Council invites the Keshe family and the Universal Council family, obviously the universal community, in unifying at the soul level every day at 21 p.m. CET, which would be 9 p.m. CET or CEST time, for the elevation of all souls and protection of the physicality in the universe. So feel free to join up. Again, many times during the day, the 3 o'clock hour comes, and 5 or 3 minutes before 3, my soul has me look at the clock and I say, oh yeah, 3, it's time to join up with the others. And again, it's not in the Zoom and it's not in the Telegram, it's just on the energy level. So we're practicing a lot of these things. As we see in the Dome of Peace, that we go to the second step of it, which again is transferring energies. Whoops. Okay, so this is the first part of the Dome of Peace. You can do it every day, but collectively we've agreed or been directed to do this on Sunday, whether it's at 12 p.m. CET or 18 p.m. CET. Every Sunday, depending on which time suits you. And this is something for the physicality to do. But again, Mr. Keshe is saying we prefer, I believe, and again, it's maybe not prefer, it's whatever you choose. If you want the Rolls Royce or the UFO, you're welcome to it. He said that many, many times. If you want to move in the energy of the soul, which apparently is a higher understanding, a different energy, you're welcome to that as well. Or perhaps you may want to operate in both. No problem with that at all. So this is the Dome of Peace. We're all participating in this. You don't have to wait till Sunday. You can do it every day. And anytime you'd like to release plasma water, it knows where to go and what to do. And it brings a balance in every situation it's in, from the body of the man to the planet itself, to the elevation of the soul of this planet, which again has a wrong streak in it. And this process is being undertaken and will bring about the elevation of the soul and the rest of the souls on this planet as well.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, so it's up to us as individuals. The Keshe Foundation doesn't have a checklist. They're not asking you whether you've done it or not and how much you've done or what you did. Did you miss this one? Blah, blah. It's all up to you, depending on how much you want to bring the change. And eventually it will bring the change when this collection of enough souls start to operate in the same ethos of bringing this through the physicality or something for the physicality to do, which is probably the easiest way because many people may not believe in the energies of their soul, or that it could even be possible I could transfer energies maybe across the street, but I can yell at someone and say something to them or say hello to them, but not from New York to China. That couldn't be possible, but it is. And this is the way it works. And so Mr. Keshe said, this is for the physicality, something for it to do, to be part of creating. And this is probably how people will feel more comfortable. At least I did, spraying the Gans water. But then he says, let's take it to the next level, which is sending energies out of the soul of the man collectively, doing this. This is why the Universal Council is saying at 9 p.m. daily, you can join up on this energy train in a way, on this energy level, and interact and give to create this condition of peace. So let's hear this. Shweta will read it. Thank you, Shweta.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls in here. Okay, I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the Gans, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MD Keshe. Thank you.
Okay, so the idea of giving and taking again, but we need to really concentrate on giving, as we saw with elevating the soul of the children. I'm creating this sort of reactor in my head, my soul actually, and just radiating out fields for the children to elevate their souls on this planet, the same as the sun, which we already know. Your soul is a sun. Mr. Keshe said, let it shine. And that doesn't mean everyone's going to see it, but many will feel it, even though you may not even be aware of their interactions with the energies you release. So this is part of giving and changing through energies, rather than, let's say we have all these war criminals and we're going to put them in jail, and this is going to bring the end of war because they'll have no more power. Another generation, the same thing will happen again. So until we get to this elevation of the soul, this is the only way I think it's going to be changed. And as Mr. Keshe said, it's by giving. It's the soul of the collective awareness, by giving from your soul will create this position of change. And this is what we're practicing. This is what the Universal Council is also practicing and learning, that we can manifest in the matter state our wishes that get sent through fields. So let's take 5 minutes collectively and just practice this. And I know the Brazilian team has practiced probably more than anyone, at least collectively. So we thank them for that, and giving us much guidance and understanding that this is the way we bring about the change, not so much through the physicality, although it's an aspect of it, as we see. Releasing the GANS waters, Mr. Keshe said at one point in time, jokingly, he said, this is the way you take over a planet. So it's an aspect of it as I see it. But again, it's the collective awareness. Once we reach that point where more people are aware, the changes will manifest in the matter state even more rapidly. So let's take 5 minutes collectively together and elevate the soul of the International Atomic Energy Agency, the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators, the souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth, and all the souls in the universal community, and the other souls that many people don't regard as souls, of just beings or creatures, let's say, but we know they have a soul, they have intelligence, and they can reproduce, and we need to end the war with them as well. And we can't just end the war, but the foundation is providing technologies that will assist us in getting to that point. And again, it's a progressive. It's not just you turn the light on and off. I think it's a progressive development. So we really have a deep understanding of what we're doing and why we're doing it. So let's take 5 minutes now and just practice again, giving from your souls. And the beauty of it is no one fails the test. And the other beauty of it is we all carry unique fields. We're the same, but he said we're unique, and we all absorb different energies. So by putting them together and releasing them, I think we become more effective. And as more people do this, we have a wider spectrum of fields. And then we see the change. But we're seeing the change now as well. But soon it's going to involve the entire planet. More or less. Although Mr. Keshe did say that by releasing the plasmatic gas, that the soul of the mankind will become elevated without them even being aware of it. So we're in for some very beautiful surprises. So let's take 5 minutes and continue to practice this exchange in a way of energy. The giving is much harder than the taking in my own experience. But now I'm learning that we can give, and the giving is a correct way to bring about changes, releasing energies collectively, more or less. You can do it individually, but Mr. Keshe said, together we're stronger. So let's take 5 minutes and use our own reactors. This is what we're talking about. This is what the Magrev, I believe, is all about. It's not so much making something in the matter state, it's getting this concept of your own reactor, let's say, that's within you that you can start to employ. Again, matter state and dimension of energy, just the same with the UFO and the other things. Very similar teaching, and I think this becomes clearer and clearer to more of us as we move forward and expand our understanding. Okay, let's start here. Thank you. 5 minutes. And thank you for your continuation of this process. And also you can, again, I flashed up on the screen this universal invitation, which happens every day, that you can be part of at 9 p.m. The Brazilian team has the Wednesday session where at 6 p.m. CET time, you can join with them and do this exact same process, and there may be more to it. Also, they have daily intentions, which I think are at 2 a.m., and you can join those as well. And again, intermingle into the different language communities. Even if you don't speak the language, you can practice the universal language of emotion. What I was thinking here about this elevation in a way, and what Mr. Keshe is doing in the monthly sessions, is he's really building confidence within us. And I was thinking, he originally said, you know, how long it was going to take to change the world leaders. And now we see the world leaders changing. It was almost like a father takes his son fishing, and the father all of a sudden has a little nibble on the line, and he feels a tug, a small tug, and the son doesn't know. He's just sort of looking out. And then the father hands the fishing pole to the son and says, let's see if you can catch the fish. And all of a sudden the fish is caught, and the son is very pleased, and now he has confidence, and he tells all his friends how he caught this fish. And you know, he was with his dad, and your dad didn't catch any, but he did. And so it really builds a level of confidence. And I think this is what Mr. Keshe is doing, and many other things, but building our confidence, where we can become confident and see the changes and start working more committedly, let's say, in this area. As Mr. Keshe says, I work in the dimension of the soul, or the energy, 90% of the time. And I think that's the way we'll start working, even in creating new beings, even on this planet, through the dimension of this energy between the two souls. And the same when we start interacting or intermarrying, in a way, if you want to put it that way, with the universal community. It's going to happen the same way. But it's beautiful we can work this way, because it's much more effective. As he said, the world leaders would never see your communication or read your letters or emails, or they're very well insulated and protected. So this is the way we can circumvent that to bring the change. And collectively, as I said, we will see the change manifest stronger and deeper than we have before. Any comments from anyone? As Jalal says, I know I talk too much. And I feel the same way right now. So any other comments? Again, many aspects of this. And now we're honored to have with us all the knowledge seekers, but especially Alex, who's been committed and faithfully shared with us these expanding the understanding of the Keshe Foundation teachings. And again, opening up different aspects, different dimensions that we may have not considered. So if you like, Alex, if you're there in the background, I know I finished up a little early. I was hoping to make this a little shorter today. Would you like me to play the disclaimer?
And yes, please.
You got it. And here we go.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Yeah, I've gotten to the point, Alex, I can almost recite it verbatim. It's like it's so many times, we've all heard it so many times. Well, maybe not verbatim, but at least aspects of it. We want to welcome you, and we're honored to have you with us today to share, again, more understanding, more knowledge of this very, very vast body of knowledge, which seems endless. And I believe it is endless as new creations come in and so on and so forth. So thank you for joining us. Thank you for elevating our souls, and please carry on in whatever direction you'd like to go.
Well, thank you very much, Mark, and I'm going to thank you for leading the group here. This is the North American team meeting, and as we all understand, we're all making that supreme sacrifice that beautiful Sunday afternoon, and that's very sarcastic. There are people who are making a supreme sacrifice, and we understand that it isn't just a North American team here. It's the international team, which is what makes this meeting so strong, which includes all the continents. And thank you all for being here, because we're trying to understand the teachings of Marian Tevakoli Keshe and the plasma science. And so as we move on, this is the Keshe Foundation's Spaceship Institute, teachings on plasma science. We're at the advanced outer space level. We're talking about the art official. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is May 28th, 2023. And this is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So although it's the Advanced Outer Space series, it's a culmination of a lot of other advanced series. It's all basic. And we are now trying to understand this outer space, and to help us to understand that, we have to really understand where we came from, because we're still there in many ways, but we're not the same now. We have graduated to a new status. We're now the art official. And what makes it so official, and what does it mean to be official? So as we're searching for outer space, we see that there's a lot of flavor, spice, and a lot of variance. This is the art gallery of life, and we want to see how that relates to our little pie in the sky. And who's the artist and who's the artificial? As we say, thou art in heaven. And who is the one who paints a pretty picture? So we all dream of these simply irresistible bigger pies, but even that pie is just a piece of the whole pie. So the only thing that we understand is how to cut up that pie. And so we see that in many ways as a violation in our space. And we've done such a good job that maybe we need another alternative. And should we abandon ship? Well, the answer is no. And the reason for that is because we've all come here. We knew these violations in advance. These are all part of humanity's domains. So we see that we define our man space with bullets and hand grenades. We define our earth space with mining and tunneling. We define our inner space with terrorism and mind control. And so we define our outer space with murder and suicide. These are all just violations in another form of art we call the art of war. Another pretty picture. So when we look at the Plasmagen Travel Agency, we see that, yes, we were born to Earth. And up until now, most of us, we didn't know how. And probably most of us still don't know how. But we don't care to know how. And so very critical of the Canadian team, not the Canadian team that we have, the Canadian team that we don't have. And when we compare it to the Brazilian team and we see how far ahead they are in the numbers in many orders of magnitude. And so we see that some people understand that they were born for a reason. And even if they don't know why, they care, but many do not care. They do not care to know why. And so the fact of the matter is we didn't travel to Mars. We don't know how to get there anyway. And we don't know why. And we don't care to know why. But we weren't born there. We were born here. And so we could comment on all this. And this is not a commentary. This is part of the plasma teaching. So the purpose of the commentary is not to throw insults, because you can't insult the ignorant. But the fact is you can insult the soul. And so the true knowledge seekers are greatly insulted, because the soul travel comes from the soul side. That's a determinator that gets us through the carbogen and facilitates the nuclear creation. And that's all we've known up until now, as we see in the book number 3, The Origin of the Universe, and how at some point we've created this small, tiny, perfect little man's universe. And what we see is that's just such a tiny point and tiny piece of the pie. And so the reason that we can't insult the ignorant is because they're disconnected from their souls. And if they were connected to their souls, they would be properly insulted. So this is a useless pursuit. What we have to figure out is how to make this soul connection. We have to see what causes this soul disconnection, what reinforces the soul disconnection, and how can we overcome this soul disconnection. And it's more than just we don't know why, or we don't care to know why. Once we do know why, maybe we'll start to care. So we see that we have a lot of addictions, and one of those big addictions, of course, is the currency addiction, because this is a man-made construct. And we say, well, how does that compare to the plasma-made construct? And we see, well, quite clearly that the value has been substituted. So we say that there's a lot of hate, but that's just a mirage, because hate is not real. Hate is just the absence of love. So the currency of the universe is love. But we've substituted that currency for another man-made currency. And as such, we've substituted our values. And so the plasmatic values of the love for a fellow man has been substituted by the physical value of the love of money. So the worth of a human has been calculated in terms of money. Well, one thing we know for sure, money comes and money goes. But our emotions continue. And so from Man-Space's point of view, we see that the emotion that we see on this planet is our emotion. It's representative of our physicality at this point in time. And this point in time is our position at the present time. And that emotion of presence is certainly affected by our history and our future. Our understanding of our history and our future comes from the interpretation of our emotions of vision. And so we can colorize that. We can cloud it. We can obscure it. But what we can't obscure is the emotion of knowledge, because that comes from the soul. That's a soul space point of view. And so we see that the emotion of love is simply irresistible, because it's part of the energy feeding packs, which are feeding all of our existence. And when we say our existence, we have to say not just a little tiny piece of pie in the sky, but the entire universe, because the emotion of knowledge is ubiquitous. It's benevolent. It's abundant. And this energy is actually the energy of love. And that's why it's so simply irresistible, because it transcends the various reality dimensions. So how many reality dimensions are there? I don't know. How big is large? When we look at the creation of the universe, you know, to understand how big the universe is, we need to know how the universe is created. And does it matter how big it is? What matters is what matters. It exists from energy. And when we look at number one, the universal order of creation of matters, we see the bringing together of three different plasma fields: the matter, dark matter, and antimatter. And so we see that all of these fields create one field. So that one field is a combination of other fields. But since energy is always in motion, it's always positive. And where is it going? And to determine where it's going, it has to have a charge. And is it only going in that one field of reference? Or can it go through multiple fields of reference? And so we see that we can actually change the field of reference by changing the charge. And we can change it through the speed of rotation, the strength of the rotation, and the direction of flow. And this manifests itself into an emission, which we call the magnetical force fields, or an absorption, which we call the gravitational force fields. And so they change all the time, because opposites repel. I'm sorry, like repels and opposites attract. And there's something that's connecting those two spaces. And so we have to understand that that anomaly is actually a non-visible space that transcends the two dimensions. And we didn't say which two dimensions. We didn't say which energy level. And we didn't say if it's plasmatic or if it's physical. All what we said is that there's a plasmatic spectrum and a physicality spectrum, and there's a crossover point of this reality dimension. And because we didn't specify it, it's all determined by basically a vanilla radiance. That's the covalent bond dimension. And so it can operate within the plasmatic spectrum, it can operate within the physicality spectrum, and it can transcend the plasmatic spectrum to the physicality spectrum. And we've seen so many examples of this, and this is one of the reasons that we were teaching the way we were teaching in the first place, and sort of ignoring the soul of inertia, which is actually the dominant in the energy field of the star formation, what we call the star formation inertia, where you have the convergence of energies, and then you have the divergence of energies. And you see that it's a two-way street, but the fact of the matter is, it's a two-way street on both sides. So where the star formation inertia comes together, it goes from there as we dream of bigger pies. And so wherever we are, this is the conversion point. And that conversion point is the point of inertia. And so from there, we can move. What moves a lump on a log? So we see that when two forces come together, we have seen our planet, and we have chosen this planet. Did we choose our planet before we saw it or after we saw it? That is to say, I chose this planet. I don't know where it is. Let me look for it because this is what I want. Or do we say, oh, I see this planet. I kind of fancy that. Okay, I'm picking you. So whichever way we are operating this dream, it manifests. And that manifestation is an inertia manifestation, and it's regardless of time and distance. And so when we say that two forces come together, well, not just two, because they come from different directions, they come with different flavors, and they keep on coming. And so we create the three dimensions of the X, Y, and Z axis. And we paint such a pretty picture. So we see that the plasma highway, and since we are in the Advanced Outer Space series, we see that humans may transport ourselves on Earth space along the plasma highway. We can also transmute into outer space along the plasma highway. And so we find that the connection is the emotion of love. But since that connection is not an element, then that connection has to be an energy pack. So therefore, love is not an emotion. Love is energy in motion, and it is simply irresistible. And once you get on this highway, you find that the speed limit is unlimited, but there are rules. And that has the plasma feeding rules where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. But if we have creation, and if we have decay, and we find that in the physicality is that it's at the lowest field strength, it just seems that everything deteriorates, doesn't it? And so we have more and more of less and less until we get to the point where we have so much that we have nothing. It doesn't work. These are only sequence providers, and they're sequence orders of attraction and repulsion, which are representative of plasmatic field forces of gravitational energies and magnetical energies. You could call them the feeding energies and the feedback energies. And so there's always a feeding and a feedback. The feeding sometimes has to stop, right? How do you know when it's enough? You say, well, enough is enough. And sometimes it's too much. How do you know? Without a feedback, you can't make any choices. And who's the one who's making that choices? It's the last man standing. And that's you. And so you can turn on and turn off the feeding. And you can increase and decrease the strength of that. And you can change your position by enhancing or diminishing the strength of the field, because that doesn't enhance or diminish you in any way, shape, or form, except it changes your positioning. You have preferences. And so we had a preference to come first. And so when we look at how we can create other preferences, we introduced the cups of life. And so remember, these were not the cups of the pandemic, these were the cups of life, and you created them. There was this nebulous point in this core, representative of that inner space, that emotional strength. And so one of those cups is the emotional cup, and the other cup is the physical cup. And the two work together, don't they? Otherwise, we never move that lump on the log. And so we find that the manifestation of the ganses inside the cup came from our intentions. And they came from other intentions. And when the basics are examined, then we find that maybe we're not taking enough into account, because we've introduced CO2 GANs, calcium GANs, copper GANs, zinc GANs, amino acid GANs, and water GANs, and these are all part of the GANs radiance manifestation, which has to take into account the earth space, the environment, and the man space, the intention. And then to understand that the GANs you produce today is not the same as the GANs you produced yesterday. Nor is it going to be the same as the GANs that you produce tomorrow. Because one of the anomalies of change is that it changes. So we find that if we say status quo, that's an anomaly. It's a figment of man space. The relationships are always changing, because we have the souls, we have the emotion, we have the physicality, and each has a magnetical gravitational relationship and a soul radiance. And the combination of those has a magnetical gravitational relationship and a soul radiance. But how do we know where? So we have to take into account the environment. And for us, immediately now, the earth is the environment that we consider. And so the interaction between the earth environment and our man space environment creates another inertia field. And that's our existence as we know it today. And so to understand that existence, we have to understand our point of view. And so is our point of view from the man space point of view, or is it from the soul space point of view? And the reason we belabor that point is because it's been a stumbling block. It's been a stumbling block to understand this plasma inertia family, because we're so bound in seeing as believing, but we don't know what believing is. So the believing is in the knowing. It's from the knowing that we can do the dreaming. But do we always depend on the dreaming? If the dreaming is only from the physical side? So when you go to sleep at night, do you predetermine your dream? Or does your soul do the dreaming? Because you go to bed and you wake up, hopefully in the same bed, if it's your choice. So that means you didn't go anywhere, but your soul did. And so when we look at the GANs, we see not only did we form the GANs as an energy, but it's transparent in so many ways. So even in the physicality, the glass is transparent, and the water is transparent, and the hole in the GANs is transparent. And you can't say that it's not there, it's just not visible. You have to see that. How can you see that something's not visible? Well, this is one of the advantages that we take in our energy binding systems, because we are feeding ourselves by some inertia choices, which involve the expense of others. And if we say that the others are the lower field strength, and we're drawing from that. And is that the only draw of our field strength that we realize? Is the only draw from other people stealing our energy? Or are we also stealing our own energy? Or do we have to steal it? Maybe we're just leaking. The energy just being drained out because we're just concerned about our little tiny piece of the pie. And that piece of the pie seems to be at the lowest energy level. And so we reinforce that with the emotions of vision. So obviously the eyes are a form of vision, but so are the ears, the nose, and the mouth, because they impart the flavor. And so all of this becomes a feedback vision, which we call the inertia. But it's raining today. So is that a good day or a bad day? You have to be the judge. And so in many ways, we have so many different judges. But since we're talking about artificials, let's look at the beauty pageant judges. What are those judges do? They judge others. And what do they compare the others to? Well, of course, they compare it to themselves. And so we find that these judges are judging the beauty, but the beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So being the judges, they are the beholders. They are the artificials. And so the eye of the beholder is beholden just to the beauty pageant judges. Or is that the eye of the hurricane? We don't see what's going on. We don't want to see what's going on. It soothes the emotion of vision, doesn't it? Which includes, I don't want to hear it, I don't want to see it, and I don't want to say it. I'm the artificial. Well, that's not the way the plasma highway works. We find that the plasma highway has a combination of many energy fields, and 3 plasma fields create a dimension, or 3 dimensions come together to create a plasma field of inertia. And so we have a higher field, a medium-sized field, and a lower field. The lowest field is our carbon-12 field, which is the lowest energy state. And the connection field is the carbon-14 field. Connected to what? And so there is a higher field. So the carbon-14 is an isotope, but so is the carbon-16. And these are part of the plasma highway. In this group, and only in this group. But what you don't see is the environment. Because carbon-14 is the universal connection of the plasma highway. So clearly you can see we haven't specified the physicality, have we? We just assume we're talking about Earth space. So any kind of manifestation is an inertia manifestation of a kind, and it represents the magnetical feeding of the PM ticks, the energy packs that diverge right across the universe. And at different points, they come together in what we call the force field dilution, where we're coming together of the principal field, the transition field, and the convergence field. And you put it all together in a plasmagen field, which is the manifestation of the conversion into a maggrav condition, which is gravitationally stable. But in order to be somewhere, it has to have a feedback from another field. And so wherever you are, there you are, and that becomes your field interaction, which we call the inertia manifestation. So this ray motion is part of the creation, and it can have a creation side and a decay side, as we've seen. But in each side, it's a two-way street. And so to determine what keeps this together, there has to be this bond. And since we are not part of either field, we are the bonding fudge factor. And I say fudge factor is because, well, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. So I don't know if it's a bad day or a good day. So everything is based on these relationships. And so we find that 1 and 1 is more than 2, because that's a creation of synergy. But we assume that the one is the same as the other one, and it's not. Because one invokes the scientific responsibility and one invokes the spiritual responsibility, and neither one individually is a balanced maggrav. It's the plasma science that adds to the knowledge. But what rate of change? And so we know that the rate of change is affected by the strength of the force field. Okay, but do we know where that force field is? So we have to have another relationship, and that's with the soul of the earth. We have to respect the soul of the earth. And why not? Because that's also part of the outer space field, which includes our soul, the soul of the man, and our benevolent energy provider, the soul of the sun. And so this affects our inner space. And what is our inner space? Well, that's the soul of the body. But again, it has to take into account our environment. So there's a soul of the earth body. Okay, so our lowest energy state, this reference field we call earth space, which is the combination of the emotional and physical so-called vitality, the physicality of the body, has to take into account the physicality of the earth body as well. And so if that takes care of the soul of the earth relationship, does that negate the soul of any other body relationship? Well, if we can't transcend the limitations of nuclear science, then the answer would be yes. But the answer is we can transcend the universal laws, because the universal laws provide us an ethos which involves morality, compassion, and courage. And so this is all part of creation, and if we can align ourselves properly with this creation, and then we not only see the radiance from the sun, but we become the radiance. And now there's flow. And there is no speed limit. So the missing link is this speed of life. And we need to understand it. We need to understand it through individual choices. But we also need to understand that the collective choices coming together as a group is the missing link. Because all of us together have to bring about peace. So we see problems. And it's not that we're looking for problems. An important part of our life are these affectations. And so what I'm referring to is deficiencies of a physicality. We see where we can improve our hair. I don't like the color of my nails. I don't like the way I look. I need makeup. It's important for us to be well groomed. And of course, they say the clothes makes the man. But we all know that man makes the clothes, so man only wears the clothes. These are all fashion statements, and they're trying to raise our standards. And so there are many social taboos, and there are such things as tattoos because we're not satisfied with the color of our skin. And then we have another fashion statement, how we decorate the earth with depleted uranium. And I only bring this up because I spoke with a Canadian military man, and he had interesting tattoos. And he had them in another color from the conventional tattoo color. He had red. And these red parts of his tattoo were inflamed. So the color was kind of appropriate, wasn't it? But the thing was that they were raised above his skin. And he couldn't do anything about it. And so we gave him some water. And after about a month's time, the bumps went away. And he was very happy. But the problem was, of course, he still couldn't sleep at night because he was a patriot. And in his own words, he didn't sign on to murder women and children. And then we have other fashion statements like piercing. And the list goes on, but it all boils down to attention seeking. So somewhere we see that there's a deficiency in the way we were created, and we're not happy with that. And then there's the extreme cases where we go into deformations, and I'm not talking about genetic deformations, I'm talking about man-made decisions to pursue fashion statements because we're not satisfied with what we've created. So there's plastic surgery, or for instance, liposuction, or something drastic like leg shortening. I just name a few, because these are physical alterations of the plasmatic manifestation of our bodies. And then we're having difficulty understanding relationships with genders. And so obviously hormones play a big part in that. But if we look at goldfish, for instance, and we find that there's an overdominance of one gender in a particular society, the goldfish will actually change sex. And in fact, some of the fish breeders are able to determine the sex of the fish by altering the pH of the water. And then there's this other creature, which is a hermaphrodite. So this is a single body that can regenerate itself. These are anomalies that we have in our society. And so we see how we can manipulate this. And then, of course, we can do hybrids, cross-pollination. We see that all the time. And of course, there's genetic mutilation, different kind of cross-pollination, isn't it? And then folklore talks about different kinds of hybrids. Don't want to go through the list. Maybe just reference mermaids as an example. Half human, half fish. But we have the most important thing in our mind is automation, because we're deficient. Well, we're actually more lazy than deficient, aren't we? Because it would be nice to have robots, because then they would be our slaves. So we want to make robots to be our slaves, as opposed to robots making us slaves, because many of us are slaves to computers. Well, we have to understand that computers are a tool. They're not very intelligent. They follow a program, and we have to remember that that program was written by people. And so if these people who wrote the program would be able to create a computer that could run a robot that would be smarter than us, that would be actually physically impossible. Because if we could create something that was better than us, everything that we're doing through our fashion statements is to enhance ourselves. And one of the best ways to enhance ourselves is through self-improvement. But we don't do that necessarily by going through some kind of physical surgery. We go through that by learning more skills. And one of the best teachers has been the internet. And so a lot of people learn a lot of trades, or a lot of education comes across the internet. But so does the social standard. And of course, so does gaming. And now we've advanced to the wireless communication. But we have to understand that all of this, the way we understand it, is in the physical field, is in the physical reality. And we have to understand that this is all at the lowest energy level. That's why we bring it up, so that you can tell the difference. All of this is based on our existence and the security of our existence. So let's look at the horizontals, which we are part of the horizontal family. How do we maintain our security? Well, we have migrations. We know animals will migrate. Animals will roam around. They don't seem to create boundaries or borders. We do. Not only that, but we create fences. But we like to brag that within those fences, we can create free range. But when we look at the birds, well, when they migrate, I mean, they migrate from not only from country to country, but they'll migrate from continent to continent. And so will butterflies. And then we see that Buffalo do that in herds. And then we also do that through breeding, selective breeding, to enhance the strength of the species. But what about the verticals? They don't have as much talent as we do, right? They get attacked by lawnmowers and landscapers, or animals that come and eat them. So they have a chemical defense, a tannin secretion, which if the animal cannot detect it, will find that they will suffer as a result of it, because the tannin disrupts the digestion of the animals and basically kills them. So this is one of the reasons why animals migrate, so that they can enjoy the vertical food without having to suffer the tannin. But the verticals can't migrate. They suffer from chemical fertilizers. The flowers can migrate. The seeds can travel. But, you know, we also have kind of affectations for the flowers as well. So as an artificial, we create competitions. And so we talked about beauty pageants, but, you know, we have show dogs. What's the ideal dog? Why do we have a competition for the dogs? Well, who runs this competition? The top dog. We also have fish shows. Well, look at the beautiful fish. And which fish is more beautiful? Well, we might as well have flower displays. And then, of course, the prime flower display would be the Royal Botanical Gardens. And that is the ideal biosphere environment, isn't it? And if that doesn't work, well, there's always artificial flowers. Or even, you know, the extreme when you go into the flower shop and you see beautiful colored flowers, and yeah, they are colored. Some artist has painted them. So all of this is based on idealism. We're looking for that perfect body. So we have these Olympics. And we want the perfect mind, and we want the perfect world. And so we're having trouble achieving that. So when we look through history, we find that we've been at this game for a long, long time. And so we find that it's much easier to attain a perfect world when we have this uniformity and this conformity. And so idealistically, if we could have this artificial intelligence, we could have the perfect slave. But the perfection on this earth is the biodiversity. And so we find that there's something wrong with our thinking here, because we are succumbing to peer pressure. And we all feel it. But it's non-visible, it's non-tangible. But it's a pressure that affects our social acceptance. And in extreme cases, we create a caste system. And then for entertainment, we have these sporting trophies. Who's the best athlete? Who's the fastest athlete? Well, forget that. Who's the best country? So we have nationalism. And is it racial? Because racial involves the color as well. But is it just color? Or are we being selective in our peer pressure? And we see that manifest itself in warfare. That's an extreme pressure. And so we find that the closer we get to the center of the gravity, we find that the density increases. And so we find that the spiral orbits around the Earth, they're gravitational in nature. They create more density as we get closer to the core. And so we find the atoms are more magnetical, but they are seeking density as well. So gravity seeking manifests itself into density creation. And how does that affect stress? So we find that a lot of these fashion statements affect us emotionally. And to enhance our emotional stresses, we have these physical stresses. And no doubt it affects our mental stresses. And we find that our mental stresses affect our health. And so all of this is about attitude, isn't it? Because it's raining today. Is it a good day or is it a bad day? Well, I guess it all depends on your point of view. Is it a plasmatic point of view or is it a physical point of view? And so if we want to analyze this a little bit, let's just look at the definition of annealing. And so as it pertains to metals or glass, if we heat that up and we allow it to cool slowly, it removes internal stresses within the physical makeup of the substance. So for instance, copper tubes must be annealed after bending or they will be brittle. Interestingly, and we won't elaborate today, but in biochemistry, annealing is a recombination of the DNA in a double-stranded form. And in order to anneal a metal, you bring it up to a critical temperature with a torch and then you quench it in water. And so the main difference between hardening and annealing is how they're processed. So hardening involves the heating to a specific temperature and cooling it rapidly, while annealing requires the heat and at a particular temperature and then cool it slowly. So it takes a little longer. And so we look at this basic learning principle as demonstrated by blacksmiths and how they make horseshoes. So they heat up the metal and then they pound it with a mallet and then they quench it in the water. And then they heat it up again and they pound it and they quench it. And so they learned a lot. And so we find that learning can be stressful. Because if a teacher can't teach you nicely, then they have to beat it into you. We call that the school of hard knocks. And that creates a hardening as well. So is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because if you pound the metal, you find that it becomes stronger. And so the stresses that we have in life are annealing to us, they make us stronger. But does that create a hardened heart? It's up to your point of view. The thing is, it is more gravitational because that's what hardening does. But is it more stable? And again, that's your point of view. So let's substitute our reality for an altered reality. Let's see how it applies to man space or Mars space or Earth space or any place in outer space. Let's just reduce it down to baggage space. Because the question is, if you leave Earth space and you go to Mars space, will you take your fashion with you? Will you take your tattoo with you? Will you take your plastic surgery with you? Or will you be positioning yourself according to your soul? because your soul positioning is the inertia feeding vision and the plasmatic symbiosis, the coming together of the plasmatic reality versus the physical reality. So the plasmatic reality affected you as a baby, and the physical reality modified your physicality as per your wishes. But your wishes were from the physical point of view. And so this becomes the difference in understanding the matter plasma dimension. The physical is gravitational and the plasmatic is magnetical. And man is feedback dominant. In other words, for some reason, we're not too satisfied with our plasmatic state. We can do a better job, can't we? So we need to improve our physicality through that modification. So modify our physicality from the physical side. That's why we're feedback dominant. And so when we look at the inertia of relations, we find that energy increases or decreases by at least an order of magnitude. Well, if we're working in the lower field strength, the physical state, we're certainly not doing this in orders of magnitude. And the higher energy state feeds the lower energy state. So if we're working from the lowest energy state, we're in the lowest energy state. There is no higher energy state then. And so how do we accommodate our strength if we don't have any field relations other than stealing from others? And how can we transcend multiple energy states if we keep stealing from others? So we find that Earth space is a kind of energy state. And yes, Earth space, fortunately for us, is gravitationally stable. But that's because the inner space is a gravitationally stable energy state. And fortunately for us, we're gravitationally stable within our inner space because the plasma is bound to the ethos of the universe. But, if the souls are disconnected, then we have a problem when we have these two fields coming together, because any two fields come together as a manifestation, and they can be non-tangible or tangible, or non-visible or visible. And so any manifestation becomes a form artifact. And the emotion of presence is a form artifact of energy and motion at that manifestation point. Well, what does it take enough into account? Or does it only include the launch field and the target field? And when you're dealing with a scheme that's too small, then you become the violator, right? That's the emotional feedback that you're giving as a perpetrator, instigator, agitator, provocateur, or even a murderer. Really, because you're the lowest common denominator, which is the revenge seeker, or you just simply a racist, or are you manifesting your racism? Or are we victims of a racism? Are we the only ones who do this? So if we define plasma and we find that plasma is a kind of energy state, and it has different kinds of energy state, and we've seen a range from nanostate to radiance kind of energy, and all of this is helping us understanding our Earth space so that we can find our inner space. We need to have that in our search for outer space. It's very important because it's part of our radiance, you see. And so the feeding radiance that we have affects the feedback radiance that we get. And so we are constantly going through this pole flipping where we have this feeding and feedback. And we have to maintain this gravitational stable plasma within us. And if it's a gravitational stable plasma within us, that's not physical. That's at the core. The only thing that's physical is what is visible, what is physical. And even what we emit is in a plasma state. So you can't colorize it. You can't cut it. You can't put it in a hair dryer. And you can't tattoo it. So when we look at our body, we don't see any of that. We don't even see the blood. We just see the most densest gravitational forms, our bones, and that other thing called cancer. And so we found that the heart precedes the brain. And so the emotion precedes the logic. And so the way we transcend this logic is through the supragranular layer that encompasses the brain. And so our physicality has emission and absorption poles in 3 dimensions. Our transcendence likewise has emission and gravitational field strengths. So all this has to do with the conversion of energy from a plasmatic state to a physical state. We need to understand that. And so what we also need to understand is that the direction, there's a taking, the higher energy feeds to the lower. And as we see from our physical point of view, we're taking, we're lower, but we know that we can create Ganses. And so we're actually higher and creating. So we're part of that two-way street. So even though on an energy state, we're operating in a lower energy state, with respect to creation, we can be created and we can continue to create. So we're not in a dead end. We're only in a dead end if we choose to be at the lowest energy state. If we block ourselves from this conversion of energy from higher states to lower energy states and then back again. And so we understand that each transition and each energy state is a manifestation. And we can transition from one manifestation to another manifestation. And that could be a plasmatic manifestation to another plasmatic manifestation. And if it were to manifest into physicality, that would be a physical materialization. And so this is what we need to understand when we look at our biological families and we say, well, we produce children and the children are a physical manifestation. No, they're not. Children are a plasmatic manifestation. The plasmatic manifestation comes from the soul manifestation and the soul inertia manifestation. One plasmatic manifestation begets another plasmatic manifestation, and in that point it becomes a physical materialization. So the creation of the physical materialization comes from the plasmatic manifestation. And we made our choices. We came the way we are. We made our choices and we came perfect. We just decide to play some games where we can enhance our perfection. But in either way, we have to understand that our source is the soul, that's the plasma reality, and it affects our emotion of presence, that's the physical reality. And so we have 2 enhancement units, a material enhancement unit, which is gravitational, and a body enhancement unit, which is magnetical, because of the interaction with the soul manifestation energy states. And they are everywhere. So any violation that we have is not understanding the relationship within our physical space, which is the interaction between the inner space of man space and the inner space of any environment space. Doesn't have to be earth space. And so if we change our environment space, would you carry that baggage with you? Or would you create according to the soul of the man and the connection to the soul of the body and the inertial relationship with the environment space? So in our search for outer space, we have to see that these manifestation points, when they come into the physicality, are part of the materialization and dematerialization. Do we take these affectations with us? This becomes a very important question, because if the fashion statement on Earth is such, and you were to go to another planet, would that fashion statement be there as well? Or have you adopted some kind of mutilation and then you go to another society and you are no longer conforming? You are no longer seeking some kind of comfort. You obviously want attention, but you're going to get a whole different kind of attention. And so maybe, just maybe, we're not even going to go that route. Maybe we're going to materialize as others are in that environment. And at that point in time, would it be advisable for us to have a racial prejudices? Because you see, when we look at the biodiversity on this planet, we see inanimate souls, vertical souls, and horizontal souls. But that biodiversity extends to the diversity of the souls of humanity, and that's what brought us to this earth. So each of us have a soul. Each of us are part of the earth space, and each of us are unique. So the common denominator is the soul of the humanity family. That's what brought us here. And so that was the plasma emotion that was part of our creation. And in that process of our creation, we manifested into the creation of the physical space. And we can now, from that physical space, manifest back into the plasmatic space. Because we're none of those three dimensions. We're not in the plasmatic reality. We're not in the physical reality. We are the observer reality, the reality dimension. And we don't need to fudge anything. We need to understand how this plasma motion works. Look at the earth and its binding energy and what it can create through the absorption and attraction of more energy, and it does that gravitationally. And also it elevates itself by emitting through repulsion, the magnetical energy. And so we look at the attraction that we have to this earth and how it absorbs and emits and maintains its maggrav stability. So it's confounding to understand why we constantly violate this earth space. And we see, well, we like copper and gold and silver, for instance, but they're all part of the same family, but they're all elements. And so we look at two other elements. Well, They're not elements. Oil is not an element, and water is not an element. And not only that, but oil and water don't mix. And so we find that the earth space soul is not an element, and the human souls are not an element either. So what are we violating, and why are we violating it? And so we find that the man space violation comes about through our desire to conform. Why do we have this desire to conform? And to what extent? So, we all want to walk around with ear piercings, for instance. We all want to walk around with green hair, for instance. We all want to walk around with fashionable clothes or with makeup. Or do we want to just acknowledge the fact that we're all part of the humanity family? And our diversity is the conformity to the humanity family. And we're not the only diverse souls out there. Because when we look at the Earth space, we find that we're part of the biosphere range between the magnetical peace dome and the core, the gravitational core of the Earth. And we share that. We share that with the vertical people, the horizontal people, the insect people, the bacteria people. We share it with a lot of souls. And the fact that we look different is a physical manifestation of our gravitational stability, because we see the formation of the cells in our body that makes up our body is the same as to the Earth space. We have a magnetical outer field, a gravitational inner field, and a reality field in between. And there's a communication through this plasma comm network. But sometimes it gets disrupted. And in that process, we create a cancer. That's the disruption of that stability. So we have the ability to repair that. So what's important in the repair process is that we have to start and stop the repair. And we have to understand that it's soul ordered and the response is physical. So if we were to transmute into another space, it would have to be soul ordered. And would that soul ordering be the way you were born? Or would that soul ordering include the fashion statements that you've accumulated in your lifetime and the physical modifications that you've made, willfully or otherwise? Because if the physical manifestation is a response system, then the ordering has to come from somewhere. So really the question becomes, are we reinforcing our emotions, which are soul of the body ordered? Or are we reinforcing our emotions from soul of the man ordered? Because in the beginning, the soul of the man creation was through the transmutation process, which is a process of outer space travel. And so we have to ask ourselves, if man is an immortal soul, can the physical man be a moral man? And can he be so through the affectations of his fashion statements, of clothing and painting and grooming? Well, the one thing that we can do is we can enhance our environment. So we have other ganses besides the ganses in the cups of life. We have ganses which can enhance our environment. So we can modify that environment with the plasma science. But in order to modify that environment, we have to be part of that. We have to recognize that we're part of that. So really what this is an enhancement of a lost art that we have. The art of adapting to our environment. Excuse me. So we can actually enhance our environment and we become the artificials. And likewise, our pursuit of happiness is also another launch field failure. So we find that the art of creation is that flight of fancy. And man has never launched a rocket into outer space because the outer space rules overrule inner space and earth space. And you are the radiant you. You are what you emit, and you are what you absorb. You're not what you paint or what you groom. And the proof of concept is that you were born from radiance and you had a preference from coming to earth space. And that was dictated by your emotional sentimentality. And you manifested that using an outer space system. So you were born into the inner space of the earth space. And as such, you created the inner space of your man space. And from there, that combination became simply irresistible. That cute baby that everybody loves the first day. Because that baby came along the plasma highway. So outer space is not a place, it's a relationship between you and your radiance. It's a method of energy transfer. It represents energy in motion. And so anytime you're looking at this dynamic soul plasma, you have to understand it's everywhere. In the creator, in the earth, in the family of humanity, just in the man himself, the body of the man and the cells of the body of the man. And all this is a simply irresistible lust for life, because when the armies leave, the flowers grow. And this is where science meets the soul of man for peace. And we all get together from that. This diversity brings us all together. And that's not just here, because we have other visitors who want to come here. And so, well, what reality do they come from? Is that just a dream? Or are they racists? Maybe they're wolves, maybe they're sheep, or are they Trojans in some horses? Our reality is that the emotion of love is simply irresistible. It's a simply irresistible energy of love. And will they come with their fashion statements? And will this throw a whole different meaning on the word racist? We better be prepared. Within us, the inner space is peaceful. We are peaceful. And so if we want to transcend into the universal community, the way the universal community wants to transcend with us, we have to have this magnetical stability, this peace connection to the plasma outer space highway. And yes, it's simply irresistible. But we have resisted it up until now, because we haven't enlisted the services of the peace dome. The peace dome is the inner space dome of the earth. And that is what will allow us to go through this emotional transformation. And not only make us gravitationally stable, but magnetically stable as well. And all of these force fields are overlapping, and not just in our environment. And so when we bring together the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute and the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace. I'd just like to add one more thing. We need to do that at the highest energy level, not the lowest energy level, because we have to do it in one go. This is the post-June the 6th, 2022 era where we have new choices, understanding our transparency points and our manifestation points and how they're representative of our inner space, which includes a family of emotions from the man space point of view and the soul space point of view. Well, the plasma science can dilute these emotions into that carbon-14 connection and understand that these emotions that are diluted are only part of man space's point of view. The soul space follows the emotion of knowledge, and that includes the emotion of love. And so we find that if we can detach ourselves from these man space emotions, then we'll find that we can encounter the simply irresistible energy of love. And that is the radiant energy and the radiant inertia within our stability. And we need to be stable so we don't become susceptible to the violations. And so we identify what is part of our physicality and what is part of our plasmatic reality and what is part of the reality dimension. And we find that our radiance inertia is the reality dimension. And so this past Friday, we had the opportunity to elevate the soul of the children. What we need to understand is that we were all children. The child in you, the child in your family, and the children of other families. And we need to continue that on Friday, June the 30th, to elevate the soul of the abusers. Because they too were children. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings of Plasma Science, calling all artificial Earth space sweethearts. The art of creation transcends the limits of your soul growth. There's a world peace treaty, sign it. Your signature will decorate it. You can use a pen, you can use your heart, you can use your soul. The dilution of motion allows the fields of life choices free from boundaries or abuse. The ethos maps your position, and the universal community is your travel guide. They already understand these roles because the speed of love manifests and determines your inner space emotional constructs. We're part of the earthbound soul family. We need to go through a gravitational transformation to increase our physical and emotional vitality, to restore it to the emotion of knowledge that we were created from in the first place. This is a transmutation connection to the manifestation point that connects equally to the universal broadcast of the inner space of freedom. Intelligence of artificials navigates the plasma outer space highway. Life is simply irresistible, and that's why the plasma science needs to continue to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. And so welcome to the outer space age. That's the end of the lesson. I hope you all enjoyed the trip. Thank you so much.
It's over already? Thank you, Alex. Very very nice teaching. And I know in the coming time, you'll not only teach, but I think you're going to demonstrate the transmutation process. It will be quite interactive, at least for the audience, to wonder if this is a trick of the camera or is it something else? Is it something we all can do? And this is where he's taken us to 8 billion new profits. So thank you for sharing. All right, I'm just looking through the list. I see one new name, which I thought it was Plasma Time, but I saw her come in under as Lisbeth. Mari Carmen System. Are you with us? Or is that someone we already know? Just wondering if anyone's new here and if you could tell us how you found us and where you're from. Miss Carmen? Okay, no problem at all. Let's, Barcelona. Thank you. Would you like to share anything with us?
I was just going to say, well, that name must be
Hola.
Spanish.
And we
¿Entiendes el inglés bien, Mari
No,
Carmen?
no, me entendías. Es el Zoom de mi madre. Me sale el nombre automático, no sé por qué. No me lo puedo quitar el nombre Mari Carmen. Es mi mamá.
¿Sabes hablar inglés o no? ¿O solo
No
entiendes?
demasiado. Creo que no podría hacer una conversación clara, creo.
Well, he's using
Pero
his
soy de
mother's
Vilanova.
name.
Okay. Okay. Sorry about that, señor. Sir.
Era solo para que se
estoy-
presenten los que
Sí,
no se han identificado, nada más.
Perfecto. Disculpa, porque.
No, no hay ni disculpa, es
Pero es que el nombre
la
me sale así,
costumbre.
no sé por qué. No, pero en el de España no.
Me alegro que
Claro,
hayas entendido el curso.
We do have Portuguese-speaking members here. If you'd like to have anything precisely translated.
Sí, claro.
No, he's Spanish.
He entendido,
He's from Spain.
Oh, okay, okay. So no problem with the Spanish.
Yanni,
Yes. Sí, a mí me... No, yo no soy Gianni, yo soy John.
John, perdona.
Sí, Juan sería.
Yo llevo muchos años, oyéndote.
Ah, me alegro.
¿En Argentina no estabas antes?
Sí, yo sigo estando ahí.
Pero
Misiones.
haciendo las clases en Argentina, desde Argentina para
Sí,
México.
yo manejo toda la parte en español.
Por eso eres una pieza para que yo pueda hablar algo. O presentarme o decir de dónde vengo. Sí que lo he entendido. Entiendo el inglés, pero no puedo hacer una conversación. La puedo hacer.
Sí, se entiende.
Muy
¿De
básico.
Barcelona o de qué parte?
Vilanova y la Geltrú.
No tengo ni idea dónde es eso.
Está, mira, te explico. Está al sur de Barcelona, a 45 kilómetros de Barcelona.
Ajá.
Al
He's
sur.
south of Barcelona, 45 kilometers away.
Gracias, Barcelona.
Un saludo a todos, os escucho, os sigo de hace años y aquí estoy, atento siempre. Nunca, John.
Sí.
Bueno,
escucho.
puedo explicar que yo como que nunca he participado en
conversaciones, solo escuchas.
Chats. No, yo comento, yo he estado en diferentes
cursos.
Chats, no, cursos no.
Ajá.
Yo estaba intentando enseñar plasma en otros grupos.
Me alegro. He's
Entonces yo llevo un
been
rodaje
teaching other people.
de 3 años.
Okay, so
En
he's been
foros.
around the foundation.
Yeah, for 3 years now. And
Sí, solo con enseñanzas de la fundación. Yo ayudaba a gente que empezaba con sus reactores o sus lápices en foros o sus GANs.
He's been teaching other people how to use plasma and paint pens.
Yeah.
Y luego en la pandemia entré en un grupo, en otro de ciencia.
During the pandemic, he also intervened in other teachings and other sciences, keeping himself busy. Te
Perfect,
estuviste
yeah.
manteniendo ocupado.
Yo trabajaba hasta enero en un hotel de Barcelona. Era una antena 5G, era un rascacielos. Y yo tomé mucho plasma aquí por protección, zinc.
Tiene que ser el infinito.
No, nada de material, solo GANs.
No, sí, pero tienes el infinito, el 8 nano recubierto te protege del 5G.
Claro, aquí estábamos con sistemas que electromagnéticamente la frecuencia radio pues se pudiera arreglar, claro. Entonces empezaron a salir las tarjetas cuánticas. Sí, muchas cosas salieron
Cierto, las tarjetas
que evitaban esa...
que te contamine.
Sí, exacto. Pero tampoco se sabía mucho, ¿eh? Entonces yo sabía algo de estos sistemas, sí, sabía algo. Y en estos foros pues se comentaban cosas de estas, pero en este último foro no se hablaba de GANs. Yo tenía, o estábamos aquí para buscar la energía que yo ya entendía, que era la mejor para el foro.
John, would you like to tell us what he's actually saying? I don't think.
Yeah, he's describing what he's been doing for the last 2 or 3 years.
Okay.
Teaching other people this technology and others. He used to work in Barcelona, but he sort of gave up there because they have too much 5G irradiation.
Tell him he's always welcome here or in the Spanish group. Maybe he's already
Mark
going
está
into
diciendo
the
que
Spanish
está
group.
siempre bienvenido aquí.
Pues no sabía conectarme, John. No he sabido encontrar
¿Has estado
no he encontrado el hilo de debate o de la fundación. O sea, yo he estado en el de Telegram de Fundación Keshe desde el 2021.
Ajá.
Siguiendo
¿Has estado en el grupo español
en Facebook,
o no?
En el grupo español hace un año que estoy, sí, pero no tenía mucha actividad. Entonces yo me buscaba donde había actividad. Entonces seguía los talleres.
Sí, los lunes y miércoles tenemos taller
No,
en
los de
español.
español sí, pero sí, exacto. Los veía en diferido, o los veía o tardaba o venía traducido en inglés y lo traducía yo por mi cuenta. Y entonces me ponía al día.
Is he aware of the Spanish group, John?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Yes, he has. He's been following it, but the recordings.
He doesn't need a link or anything to join, maybe?
No, he's... In fact, he recognized me.
Aha, very good. Okay. Well, tell
He
him
already knew where I was from.
Hola.
Sí, adelante.
Hola.
Hola.
Una pregunta. ¿Tú eres la persona que le está ayudando a Holger en el hospital?
No.
¿El amigo de Marisol?
No. Yo soy
Ok,
Felipe Gutiérrez. Felipe Gutiérrez.
Felipe, hola. No, es que hay varios
¿Eres de Barcelona?
compañeros, creo que ese es en Barcelona.
¿Eres de Barcelona? ¿Y son
Hay
compañeros
algunos en España que de pronto no están del todo en los grupos. Están ayudando a un chico alemán que vive allí en España. Ok, thank you. Bien.
Conozco a nadie en buscadores en Barcelona y no sé por qué. No,
te voy a poner-
no veo la conexión.
ok. Voy a poner un chat que se hizo para cuando se presentaran emergencias en España, pero de WhatsApp se lo voy a poner ahorita allí y ahí seguramente se va a encontrar con algunos.
Algún grupo, vale.
Dale, gracias.
De Barcelona. Muchas
Yes.
gracias. Muchas gracias.
Barcelona, no, en España en general, pero maybe hay de Barcelona allí.
Muy bien. Perfecto.
What's his first name?
Gutiérrez.
Gutierrez, okay.
Felipe. First name, el primero.
Philip, yeah,
Felipe.
Yeah, sí. Gracias. Anytime.
Un abrazo a todos.
Felipe, I have a question for you. I know that Sergio Busquets is looking for a new career.
Sí, lo conozco.
La vez porque tenía una mugre abajo. A ver. ¿Qué color? Es marrón, me parece de barro, chico. Como si fuera. Porque normalmente.
I think John is having another conversation.
Oscuro, que es la descomposición del plástico por el agua.
Quedó abierto el micrófono y Felipe necesita tu ayuda. Sorry.
Okay, we
Sí,
muted
sí.
John.
Yo oigo, estoy oyendo.
Okay, I think Alex wanted to ask a question of Felipe.
Yeah.
Yes, it's. I hear that Sergio Busquets is looking for a new career. I was wondering if you could help him.
Now?
Yeah, he retired last week.
No. My phone is very problems.
¿Tienes muchos problemas con el micrófono?
No, es el micrófono. Vale, espera.
No, te estamos escuchando.
¿Me escucháis bien? No,
Sí.
con la conexión. Voy a 2G.
No, lo que pasa es que yo tuve que ir a la puerta a atender a una persona que vino a buscar plasma.
Muy bien.
No, John.
John, tengo mucho para regalar.
He's got a lot to give away, he says.
Beautiful.
I've just been attending somebody that came to fetch plasma.
Yeah, I had to mute your microphone, but Alex wanted to ask a question, and this is the example I was giving with Felipe. He's in a meeting where he doesn't really fully understand English, but he's here, and the soul, nothing is hidden from the soul. So thank you for joining us, Felipe.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, John.
Una idea, ¿no? La idea de... ¿Puede ser? Que hable de rociar el plasma.
Alex?
¿Domo?
No, Alex quería decir algo. What is it?
Tradúceme, please.
Well, I'm sure he knows Sergio Busquets.
John, Alex quiere hacerle una pregunta con Felipe para lo que él está necesitando.
Adelante.
Es Elizabeth. Elizabeth puede cacharla contigo.
John, tienes apagado el micro, parece.
¿Yo?
Sí, ahí yo lo apago, pero ¿cómo es? Alex quería preguntarte algo también.
Come on. Yeah, go. Okay.
Oh, me again?
Go ahead, Al. You wanted to ask something, didn't you?
I wanted to ask him if he knows Sergio Busquets, because he's just retired from Barcelona and he's looking for a new career.
No, I looking. It's not.
No, Sergio Busquets, Monsieur Busquets, or Senor Busquets.
I'm looking. The box.
Something got lost in the translation.
Oh my!
Vale. ¿Está en algún chat?
No problem.
Is he in a chat or where do you know him from?
¿En a mail o chat?
Sergio Busquets is a famous Barcelona
Foot
soccer
Locker.
player.
Soccer player, yes.
Ah,
Yes.
es un jugador de
Sí que lo
fútbol.
conozco, es un portero. Ay, es un
Yes.
defensa, perdona. ¿El
Yes.
Sergio busca el padre o hijo?
His
Porque
father
está
or
el
his
padre y
son?
el hijo.
Both of
Oh,
them are good players.
Father,
Or son.
well, they're looking for a new career because Sergio has just retired.
No complete correo, no.
El Sergio, el padre, el padre Sergio,
el padre es el
está
portero.
buscando otro trabajo porque se ha retirado del fútbol, dice.
Si lo conozco.
No. Si por ahí le puedes conseguir algún otro trabajo, ya que se ha retirado del fútbol.
Vale, pues ya miro bien, ¿vale? A ver, los buzones, porque no veo el correo, lo siento. No lo tengo.
Está presente. He's not present, is he, Alex?
No.
No, pero Alex es muy seguidor del fútbol, del balompié.
¿Y yo?
¿Tú también?
John, tell him the link is in the chat. Lisbeth put something in the chat. So he can copy the link and then join up. But he's always welcome here as well. Any of the language community meetings, we're all welcome, even if you aren't perfect with the language, or even not at all. Let's see if someone would like to open up any questions regarding what Alex shared with us or taught today. Is there anyone who has any sort of questions they'd like or comments on what he said?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, John, tradúceme, pero creo que sé lo que quiere decir. ¿Puedes hacerlo?
John? He has his microphone closed.
Felipe, que puse en el chat.
Aquí lo veo, chat WhatsApp, aquí lo veo, sí.
De WhatsApp, sí, pero España, pero entonces dice Mark que cualquier persona que necesita hacer alguna pregunta a Alex, pues normalmente esta es la hora en que se le hace con respecto a lo de hoy o algo más, alguna aclaración.
Perfecto, Alex, un ángel. Todos.
Yeah.
Todos los trabajadores, todos los que estáis trabajando.
Yes, Alex, you angel, and the other people working with the plasma technology too. And thank you.
Que lo oigo mucho, ¿vale? Os oigo mucho.
Him listen all the time.
Okay.
Thank you so much, because Elizabeth and Alenka do a lot of the hard work in the background, and there's a large Spanish group that is part of the South America, including Uruguay, Argentina, Colombia, Honduras. Actually,
Nicaragua.
Felipe, there's not many in Spain. Very few in Spain.
Okay, thank you.
But thank you for being here.
I believe it.
Yes. I think we'll all be connecting more and more as time goes on to the different groups.
Felipe, ¿entendiste?
Sí, entiendo.
Okay.
Tiene mucho aprecio a la cultura, bueno, al alma española alegre, ¿no? ¿Entendido puede ser?
Yeah.
Que hay un buen equipo en España.
Sí, hay muchos compañeros en España realmente.
No he detectado todavía, no sé por qué. No, me he dispersado, pero claro, esto está funcionando y
claro que sí.
Y he notado muchas cosas estos últimos 3 meses, 4 o 6 meses. Claro, porque hay fuerza. Se notan fuerzas, se notan lo que habéis hecho, la cena del creador, la comida del creador, el link, se han notado muchas cosas. Yo he notado muchas cosas. Y sí, es emocional. Cuando tienes la emoción, lo atraes.
Okay, him talk
¿Qué te vas?
about the many people take a big emotion about the all plasma technology, and him say many things about the food assistant and many things with the last plasma technology, because see many people have achieved about the all things about that the plasma technology, and
Beautiful.
him see more trim about is more pending and have wow, oh my god, many advances in plasma technology all in all communities, and him said thank you.
Gracias. Perfecto.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, everything. Ilusionado, estoy muy ilusionado y no es tan difícil, es fácil levantarlo, el campo. Andar entre él, se van a comunicar la gente rápidamente.
Him says big emotion because the field surrounded is easy for the people communicated within the people.
Yo he notado la idea de los buscadores de elevar las almas. Lo noté en diciembre, no lo sé cuándo fue, en enero. Noté los buscadores en los foros. Notaba esa presencia, esa aceleración o ese ritmo que es acelerado realmente, que tú puedes bajar a la fisicalidad, al ritmo físico, pero la emoción del momento en los foros, en el debate, eso hacía que sintiera cosas de las que estaba haciendo el grupo de la fundación.
You know, principally, most of the time, starting maybe in January, he know different acceleration. The people talk the excuse about the plasma technology and elevate the souls, and him not maybe more people understand about that, about the elevation, about the change emotion. Yes. Sorry, go ahead. ¿Qué más?
Sorry.
No.
Eran buscadores de conocimiento, ¿cómo se traducen en inglés?
And him not more accelerating with the plasma technology. Mostly that now him not more in the souls. Not a soul, okay, but the elevated soul is a soul of physicality, but more, no more the physical, mostly the soul of physicality for elevate.
Beautiful.
And maybe the people is more pending about that.
Okay.
And say thank you, because him not maybe starting more in January.
Okay. Very good. I thought someone was coming to
Mi
my door.
corazón latió.
Okay.
My heart
Thank you.
is boom, 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 boom.
Yep. All of us. We're all
Yes.
getting a lot of knowledge, as Mr. KAKT
And
said.
peace. And peace.
Gracias.
Very peace. Love. Love my children.
Thank you.
I see my children love. I see happy love. You create the form. Lo puedes crear con la emoción. Es perfecto.
Yeah, the people is the perfection across the emotion.
No, perfecto. Perdón, ¿puedes repetir?
La persona es perfecta, creada a través de la emoción.
La condición, correcto, sí, de la emoción.
Emoción and emotion and condition.
Condition emotional.
Yeah.
Okay. Gracias, Felipe. Thank you, Lisbeth, for translation. And
Thank
John
you
as well.
everybody for your
Welcome.
time.
Yes.
Very happy. Thank you.
Gracias. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Felipe.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. So yes, knowledge seekers in every corner of this planet, I think more and more will be appearing. Although Mr. Keshe said it will be fashionable, but I think we need to really understand it. It's not a fad. It's something that you're going to carry with you through eternity, this knowledge, and it's going to be added to. So very important. Alex, I wanted to ask you a question about when Mr. Keshe drew that picture of, he said we had a special tool, and that was these senses. The energy comes in through the eye, and then you create some sort of emotion that way, and maybe it's running, or it's laughing, or it's crying, or something like that. But he also said it works the opposite way. So we can create the emotion or a sense within us and then project that and go to a place. I was thinking, I know, Mr. Keshe, when people say they seen ghosts, you know, and they want a clarification, he said, well, I wasn't there. I really can't tell you. But as I understand it, it could work both ways, right? Couldn't the mind project an image, or an image could come in and interact with the energies within the skull? So couldn't we, is this what Mr. Keshe is getting us to try and do, was to create certain emotions, and then instead of coming in, it's going out from us? Isn't that a similar way of doing it? And
So this is a very
directing. Yeah. Go ahead, please. Sorry.
No, this is a very important point you brought up, because let's see, we have been, and I'm going to say Western society here, we have been taught to abdicate responsibility. We don't want responsibility. So don't tell me. I don't want to know, because then if I know,
yeah,
you know, then I have to kill you.
Then I got to do something. Yeah.
You know, so the thing is, the truth has always been that we create our reality. And so whatever we see is actually what we believe to see. And this is particularly important when we look at our environment. And if we say it's raining, well, we see the rain, but the emotion attached with the rain is either, well, this is a lousy day, or my crops will really benefit from the rain, so this is a really good day. So your interpretation of what you see becomes intimate with your emotion, and so your emotion determines what you see. And this is why, you know, when they say seeing is believing, the believing comes from you.
Sí, lo entiendo así yo también, ¿eh? Yes.
You experience your belief. It's not that we believe our experience. Oh, you know, I was there, and I seen it. I seen it with my own two eyes, and oh, it was very, very bad. And I think, wow, you were so privileged to see this, and what an awesome experience. And our experience, not having seen that, is based on the interpretation of what someone else has experienced. And so we're able to transcend that vision. We don't actually have to see it to believe it. And this becomes very, very important, because we're all part of the family of humanity. So if someone somewhere is suffering, we feel that. Our community includes everything, includes the whole pie. It doesn't stop, at how far you can go in 15 minutes. It doesn't just stop at the boundary of the earth. The earth is just one piece of the pie. Just because it's a bigger pie than your backyard, it's still a piece of the pie. So the whole universe is our pie, and how we can move through that. And this is where we get limited by our belief system. So our outlook, okay, not the lookout, our outlook, reverse it. So if we look out, so you're watching to see what happens, or if you're creating what happens. This is the difference. Outlook versus lookout. And our emotion is very much integrated with that. So if we can detach our emotions so that what we give out is part of that emotion of knowledge, then it isn't carrying the baggage of this present environment. So in an example, for instance, if let's say you have 2 arms and you're going to another planet and everybody else there has 4 arms. I'm just saying, you would be the freak. Are you going to go through some kind of surgery to add a couple of arms? But the fact of the matter is that manifestation into a 4-armed creature is not based exclusively on the soul. It's the soul interacting with the environment. So the nature of that environment affects you. And, personally, I don't know if I'm ready,
right,
to accept, the possibility of having 4 arms. It's just to contemplate that. And you
this
say,
is
well,
the full transmutation. This is what he's talking about. He said he hopes we begin to experience this full transmutation, not just going there in the dimension of energy as I did, so to speak, but the full transmutation.
Just to add something here, there was a lot of peer pressure when I was in school, and I really, bought into it very heavy. And I remember going to the barber, and funny thing is, he'd show me a mirror, what the hair looked like from the back and stuff like that. So, well, do you approve of the haircut? And so I felt pretty important. And I was just a kid. Here's the barber asking me for my approval and his job, right? And then as an adult, I started to realize, hey, you know what? I don't have to look at my hair. So, I remember my wife saying to me, says, here, do you want a mirror to see, because she would cut my hair. She said, do you want a mirror? And I said, well, no, first of all, I trust you, right? Because you're the one who has to look at me. So, if you did a lousy job, you'd have to look at it. I don't have to look at it. So I trust you that my haircut and my hairstyle would be just fine. And of course it was. And this is the difference, I guess, in the maturity, so my outlook does not include me. So when you went, as you say, as an emotion, and you seen where you went as an emotion, you weren't looking at yourself. You were looking where you were and who you were interacting. And you were quite confident that you would be in safety. What would cause you to be in danger?
There was no thought of it at all.
Yeah, but if everybody there was blue and you were skin colored, they'd be saying, who's this stranger? And
Yeah,
is
an
he here?
outsider.
Yeah, right. And so you'd have to go through a kind of a vetting procedure, maybe. Or would they just say, here you are? This is interesting. When Christopher Columbus discovered America, it's an unfinished sentence, you see, because it wasn't that Christopher Columbus discovered America. He discovered that there was America, because when he got here, he was greeted by the natives. And this is the thing that is hard to understand. The natives seemed to be so happy to see him, and yet he deceived them. What's the moral of the story there? Should he have been wary of them? What imagine you're coming to America and you have these people who are totally different from you, and they greet you as a friend. Wouldn't the first thing be, you'd want to draw your sword and protect yourself? It's just a funny part of history, and different people learn different ways. So I think if you come with prejudice, then you emit that. If you come with an open point of view, then all the possibilities are on the table.
Right.
Hi, it's Diane. From what I understand, that they were expecting us, but they didn't know how bad we were, I guess. Like it was prophesied that the white man would come and whatnot. So they were expecting us. But I think we did the wrong thing.
They were expecting a benevolent.
Yeah, and we weren't. We were controlling and all that stuff.
Well, even the tribes, Diane, amongst themselves were warring, kidnapping each other, expanding their territories or whatever. So it wasn't just the Europeans. The nations themselves were having some issues over certain things, I think.
Yeah, issues
Same
of being,
way. Yeah.
yeah, we're all human. But I think like most of the tribes, they knew the shamans, whether the prophecies, they knew that the time would come when we would all get together. I guess they just thought we'd be friendly. I don't know. Okay, I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, no question about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, Diane.
Alex, Mr. Keshe has told a story about a tribe in Africa where they sort of sing a song, or they create some sort of song and they sing it before the child is born. And then the child is born. The United Nations, Mr. Keshe said, knows about this tribe, but it's not well publicized. And then by the time the person reaches maybe 9 or 10 or 11 or 8, whatever the age is, depending on what the tribe needs, whether they have too many women and they need a few men or vice versa, that person has the choice of transmuting into something else, and they do it. And apparently the whole tribe gathers around them and sings their song that the mother had created, in a way. Now, you went into the goldfish story about how the goldfish, just give me a moment, how changing, I had never heard this, that if the pH changes, that some could change from male to female. Now, where this is leading me to is this whole idea, which is being pushed in the population from top to bottom, about this gender issue or transgender issue. I know Mr. Keshe said he could appear in the pocket of someone as an apple, like at an airport, if he didn't have paperwork or something else. So would the Keshe technology of transmutation, instead of people using pharmaceutical chemicals and going through many, many surgeries to try to change themselves. And as Mr. Keshe said, you know, you use Botox, but it doesn't change the soul of the man. Would the systems within the Keshe Foundation, do you think, could they be open to these people, or is this just another agenda or a cover or a wedge issue or something like that? I'm thinking that why couldn't they? If I can appear as an apple or a stone, why couldn't a man appear as a woman and vice versa if they truly had that desire? Do you think the Keshe Foundation, or is this just a wedge issue or some other issue that's being covered by this agenda? They seem to want to involve a lot of children in the activities, but again, just it would seem almost natural. Rather than trying to change the physicality, why not go through the entire transmutation process and then back again if you weren't happy?
Well,
or is this self-serving because the tribe, the person is changing in Africa based on what the tribe needs, and you're saying the goldfish changes depending on what the goldfish school would need? So would that not work because it's a self-serving thing, or are we free to do that? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, yes. So there are two aspects to that. So the reason I brought that up is because it confirms that possibility. So the lead question, like with respect to what the plasma science can do, I don't fully understand that because I don't have access to the research center. But I know that it's possible because, as I said, I was looking at with respect to the goldfish because of the number of fry that are produced. So on each breeding season, they can produce something like 250,000 offspring, and that's every 6 months. And so, you know, trying to apply a business aspect to this to see what the viability of this. But what came to realize is that the reason they have so many offspring is because of the high mortality rate. So when you look at the procreation and you see the number of offspring, let's say a dog has or a cat has or a goldfish, and you see the numbers, that is very reflective of the survival rate. And so, you know, elephants, you know, they have a much longer gestation period than humans do. So all of this was really the comment in simple terms is that yes, it's possible. But the thing is, the highlight is the difference between the physical reality and the plasmatic reality. So to understand that the physical reality always comes from the plasmatic reality. So the physical reality in all cases is a materialization. Now, with respect to genetic modifying, which is the second part of the question, if we were to take a genetically modified seed and with the plasma science, we can retrograde that.
Right.
And why this is important, because in the healing process, you're wounded. So there's been a physical wound created. And so the healing starts from the plasmatic level. And the decision on what to heal and how to heal is based on the original soul intention. It isn't based on the physical modification. And so if we were to transmute to another planet and we wanted to transmute in the physicality, we would not take any of these affectations with us. And so the realization comes into, if we were to transport, say, to go from New York to Paris, would we take that baggage with us? This is a question. And would that be any different if we were to transmute from Earth to Mars? And if we went to Mars and the environment was similar to that of Earth, so in other words, a man-made environment, a man-made Earth environment on Mars, would we transmute into the same kind of human state? So I think the answer to that is yes, we would. But would we transmute with the affectations which we have done? So let's say, for instance, you were extremely tall and you felt that you didn't like that, so you went through this surgery which shortened you. It's a known surgery, it's a surgical procedure.
Yep.
Would you transmute onto Mars with the physically modified procedure, or would you manifest in the plasmatically intended form? And so I think you
have to go with what the conditions are, no question, if you want to manifest in the physicality, I believe.
Yeah, but you wouldn't manifest with the physically modified conditions that you created on Earth.
Well, he went through that example about the heart valve and transmuting to a place where maybe the entities don't need a heart, and then transmuting back. And he said that I think you wouldn't even need the valve anymore. It wouldn't be necessary in that transmutation process. It's been corrected. So you're almost starting fresh.
Exactly. And so this is where the plasma science not only works with transmutation, but it also works with health recovery. And so you say, well, how can it transcend all these various fields of interest? Well, because everything around us is created from energy. So the entire universe is created from energy. So all it has to do is with the manipulation of energy. So the fact of the matter is that the manipulation of energy is stronger in the plasma state, and it's faster. So this is why we want to elevate to the soul level, because everything that we're doing on the physical level is a feedback of some kind of modification. If we work on the soul level, then we're working from the feeding of the universe, and the universal community already operates on that level. And so the point becomes, and I feel very strongly about this, is that the universal community maybe is lacking the feature of being able to come here, and the example of that is the excitable visitors that are coming, because those who are in the universal community who have come into Earth have manifested into the human physicality because of the environment. But those who can't come here, they can't manifest into physicality. So if we have in fact launched a brand new technology, unheard of prior to this, so that we can now bring in a soul that is soul bound as opposed to physical bound, as opposed to being born in, well, I don't even know that, if it's born in the womb, let's say. But is the sex of the human determined in the womb, or is it predetermined? So we have a characteristic that is a human characteristic. Hermaphrodites are able to procreate dependent on what their needs are. Goldfish are able to procreate based on the environment. So if you see an environment which is unfriendly to that particular species, that unfriendliness does not specify the gender. So it could be that, we have a massive die-off of the population. And geneticists everywhere like to manipulate the chromosomes to figure out, what is the sequencing. But the fact of the matter is that, you know, if all the goldfish in that environment became males, there would be no security in the procreation of those goldfish.
Right, and I think as we get this killing out of our structure, whether it's an animal or a person, that everything would, in a way, self-regulate. The turtle wouldn't have to produce 100 or 500 eggs for one to make it into the ocean, because they know that they're not being eaten anymore. So they'd produce one or two. We talked about this earlier in another session. And everything would sort of self-regulate, because they're not being eaten. They're not being seen as an energy package for someone else to take, whether it be a vertical person or a horizontal people. It's just the way I'm seeing this. So once the souls are elevated and the killing is reduced, the amount of fish that are created would be much less. They wouldn't be needed because there's no harvesting of them and the rest of it.
One of the advantages that Mr. Keshe has is that he's a world traveler, and I was quite amazed that you know, I was talking to some people here in Ontario, and they've never been outside of Ontario, and I thought that'd be kind of strange. And you know, it's like living the life of a hobbit. Ontario is pretty large, you know, as say 10 million people, for instance. So it's a large community. But if you're a world traveler, you get to see other societies and other cultures. But you also get to see other things, just like what you've described, you know, these societies in Africa, or, you know, I would have never thought that there would be a black Chinaman. And yet apparently that was discussed. And, you know, I would never have thought that someone is black only because they came from Africa. You know, these things just weren't part of the discussion that you know, I would have ever had. You know, my concern with health and the quality of life had to do with the fact that cancer played a very large role in my life, and when I discovered how to deal with it, I not only felt excited, but you know, I felt it was a golden opportunity. And then I realized, oh, wait a second, you know, I wasn't Christopher Columbus, okay? I didn't discover America. I just became that, you know, I just became aware that everybody else knew about America and I didn't. So this was a very humbling thing to find out. And it was also very disappointing, and it caused me great anger, because I felt that I was well educated and well knowledgeable, and I found out that I knew very little, and everything that I did as a result of that was a demonstration of how little that I knew, and then I came to the realization that that's something I didn't want to brag about. So why am I teaching now? And the reason is because I spent an enormous amount of time educating myself, and then I compare my notes to the notes of other people, and I find, well, they're in the position not only where I was, but even in a worse position than where I was, you know, say 30 years ago. And so what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to be a racist and say, oh, well, you know, you're uneducated, or you're ignorant? Well, you're ignorant of knowledge, but you're not ignorant. There's a different kind of ignorance, and that ignorance is when you're disconnected from the soul. And that's what we're trying to do right now, is we're trying to elevate the souls of the children, and understanding that we are all children. Even the abusers were children. And so we don't have a God-given right that when we were abused as a child to carry on that abuse. We have to break that karmic cycle. And then the way we do that is to reconnect to our soul and understand we are created from the top down, not from the bottom up. And the top down has the highest energy state. and it also is connected via the carbon-14 to the rest of the universe. And so this becomes the conduit that we have to communicate with the rest of the universe. And fortunately for us, we are able to communicate with the rest of the universe. What we need to do is advance to the next level where we can transmutate with them and they can do likewise with us. And then we will have peace and harmony all over the place. And that's what we want to achieve. That's the purpose of why we were born. We all have that purpose and we all have that responsibility. And that's a much, much better way of life because it leads to peace and prosperity. Over to you, Mark.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when I was little, I realized how little I knew. And now that I'm an adult, I'm still realizing how little I know. Randy, would you like to say anything about what you put in the chat, this North Sentinel Island? I'm not quite getting the point, other than they're isolated and protected by the government. Go ahead, please.
Yes, it's an island where basically anybody that has tried to go there to study them doesn't make it out alive. Because they don't know anything about the outside world at all or any other technology. So the government has protected them because of that. So they're self-sustaining. I don't know how big the island is, but there's a lot of different things. If you look it up on the internet, it's quite interesting. The people that have tried to go there to make any sense, they're just not allowed. They're simply, the people don't want any outside interference, so they just protect their environment.
Now,
no, you can't call them I don't know if you can call them cannibals. I don't know, because anybody that's went there has never come back to tell a story, from what I understand.
Is this the tribe, Randy, where they don't wait for coconuts to fall on the ground and they don't shake the coconut tree? They actually levitate up.
I don't know.
Another group.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's called the Sentinelese tribe. Sentinelese or something.
Okay. Nope. Yeah, and that other tribe, they've come from other islands and they've seen the fishermen out in the ocean, but they're not in a boat. They're actually standing above the water fishing, if this can be believed. But they don't want any outsiders there as well.
Yeah, there's lots of.
Yeah, there are.
Go ahead, Alex.
Yep.
Well, I was just going to say, so things are going to change when we start using these universal enhancement units to travel all over the place.
Yeah, I think we'll learn a lot of this. He said we have a lot to learn. We can't just let you go out into space. So maybe we'll be practicing a little bit of this here on this planet for a period of time, until we gain the confidence and the knowledge we need to go out into the universe. There's a lot to understand about this, and not getting stuck or being in the wrong place, in the wrong position and dimension.
Yeah, so if I can summarize that in one word, it has to do with safety. And when I realized that, then I found that I could really go to sleep very quickly. Because you have to be in a place of safety, because you have to come back in safety. And so this is the whole thing, to understand that the universe is a benevolent place. So if we want to go into outer space, we have to go in safety. And so the limitations for us right now is that our community, and we haven't specified the size of the community, but some smaller and some bigger. The point is that your community has to be safe in order for you to be able to leave, and the community that you're going to has to be safe for you to arrive. And the only way that we can do this is to elevate the souls of all the communities and understand the universal acceptance of the emission and absorption of the force fields. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Keshe was saying that tourism is going to be the main point of this technology. So are we going to be tour operators? So like when you go to Africa, you don't actually get out and interact with the lions or the tigers or the rest of the wild things that can be there. But will we be taking people in the matter state on a craft as a tourism feature, and then they can come back and tell many stories, although they didn't, they observed the beauty of the creation, but now they'll come back and say, they're being taught that they can do this on their own or something along that line. I'm just thinking, why would he say tourism, or is everyone just going to be able to transmute to different places in the universe, and this is what he's referring to as tourism? Anyone? Did we lose Alex? No.
Okay, I'll jump in.
Yeah.
The one question that I have with respect to the transmutation is the benevolence, because who's going to be able to travel into outer space? So let's just classify this as abusers and non-abusers. Let's just keep it civil. Can abusers transmutate or transmute?
Did Christ transmute? Did he ascend?
Was he an abuser?
Was he?
I think the answer to that is that he did transcend, and then so that he wouldn't be an abuser the way we identify it.
Okay.
And the reason I say this is because we've seen many people go in the universal enhancement units and not go anywhere.
But something still happened to them. And again, something may happen a few days later, or again, in a week, or there's a process that started for sure.
Certainly. So it has to do with the reconnection of the soul, the way I see it, because if we want to go somewhere where we're accustomed to going there in our physicality, we liken it to going into a car. So we go into a car, transport, and then we get out of the car. But we were in physicality, and the car was in physicality, and the transportation method was in physicality. We are now transcending the science, where we're going from physicality into the plasmatic reality and then back.
Yep. And actually, he said, we'll teach you how to see both dimensions simultaneously.
So now, going back to the fish, see, this is such a good point. When fish go to sleep, they don't close their eyes. In fact, they don't have eyelids. So when they're sleeping, are they seeing anything? And before you answer that question, when you close your eyes, are you seeing anything? Or are you seeing the inside of your eyelids? Or, as you previously asked, are you able to transcend your emotion of vision through your eyelids? And so I think the answer is yes, we can transmute our emotion of vision. And this is what I'm speaking from a personal experience. I have never worked on that, because when I closed my eyes, then I couldn't see. So I would look at my imagination, and my imagination was not in the path of my vision. It was in other places, but it wasn't in my path of vision. So if I open my eyes, then my path of vision switches from imagination to the actual vision, and that path of vision comes through the eyes. So let's extend that to a blind person. Their imagination Is it somewhere else, or is that their imagination coming through the path of their vision?
No question. There's still a few little bits and bobs we need to understand clearly. But
Yeah,
like I
just a
said,
few.
I think we'll practice here on this planet a bit before we actually go out into the arena, let's say, or into the universe, because there's a lot that needs to be understood. And I think we'll still be tethered in a way, at least initially, to the systems in Linz or wherever they're moving to. So we're not going to really get lost. But that still can happen once we get on our own, as any, even an expert swimmer or expert electrician sometimes will run into issues that they didn't foresee. So there'll be some form of training and experiencing and demonstrating this to ourselves and to build that confidence, I think.
Mark, I would just like to thank everybody for making this such a powerful meeting, and thank you for all letting me continue with these presentations. One comment I would just like to leave you with, and I just feel that this business where we're elevating the soul of the children and the soul of the abusers, this is coming to a real climactic point, because in order for humanity to go forward, humanity has to be kind to itself. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you. Anyone else want to add anything? Or a point you'd like to? Again, I think it's open probably if the meeting is on the 30th, it'll probably be the 27th of June. You can still sign up, but maybe we'll get more clarification in the coming next workshops. And again, just a reminder, Mr. Keshe said this week the workshop may change again to the 6 p.m. hour. He said we'll have to see, but there's some very important, apparently high-level interactions going on that Mr. Keshe has to cancel the workshop, or something he has to physically appear there for a meeting or some other sort of whatever's going on in the background. So that may change this week again to the 6 p.m. time, but I'm sure we'll have more than enough advance notice to inform us all. Okay, if there are no other questions, I'd like to play the flight enhancement video Marius created to commemorate our flight to the moon in the dimension of energy. And then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will end, and you can enjoy the rest of your weekend. I think it'll extend one more day, won't it? Are they actually, or is this was already celebrated in your area, Alex?
It was the May 24 weekend.
Okay, that
and yes,
yeah.
it absolutely was celebrated because it rained all weekend here. And so I think they needed an extra case of beer.
Oh, well, anyway, we're all learning more. So thank you all for joining. As I said, we'll play the flight system, which again, it has many features. I think this will be the tourism. He did say the short trips, the long trips, and the cargo would all be eliminated, but maybe that will be done remotely or without any sort of just transmuting whatever you ordered from anywhere. This may be the new sort of delivery system. And then it would be quite acceptable and palatable that, you know, you ordered a sack of potatoes and it just arrived at your door and there was no person who delivered it. It just manifested there, and that could go for any number of items, people, products, and the rest of it. So thank you all.
Can I add one comment?
Oh, of course, as many as you'd like.
Well, just one comment to further comment on Mr. Keshe's comment that He was noticing that the number of attendees to these classes has been dropping, and I and many
You mean
others
the
thought,
monthly
yeah,
sessions?
yeah, these
Okay.
elevating sessions.
Yeah.
Yeah, we thought that that would increase. We thought that as more people found out about this, that they'd be more excited about going forward. But I think it's not the quantity, it's the quality of the people who have come, and then we're seeing that as being rock solid. But the thing is that I think a lot of people feel that because they missed some of the earlier sessions, that they can't come into these sessions.
Oh, yeah. No.
And I just like to dispel that notion. One of the reasons that I pattern my classes that way is out of respect for the newcomers as well. So it does two things. Additionally, it helps the teachers because it reinforces. And so, you know, a lot of people don't get it on the first go. And that's, you know, nothing wrong with that. You can't, we can't all be there. You know, we weren't all at Woodstock, you know. A lot of people at Woodstock, but I wasn't one of them. But it was a very important event in my life, and you can see the history, and you can see how it affects us today. And even someone who was, you know, very young today can look at that history and then see how it affects us today, and say, you know, this was a monumental event. Well, let's look at this. We are here now, and it's a very important time, and we should cherish that and remember that a lot of people who are coming after us are going to be impacted as a result of this. So you can
Yes,
join the process
even the
anytime.
world, yeah, even the world leaders are scared of what's on the table, Mr. Keshe said in the last workshop. So, but they'll come along, and their souls are becoming more elevated. And I think there's many leaders in the background that are just waiting for the signal that it's okay to come forward, because this is what they've wished for if they're really true leaders for their nationals, their countries, and the planet as a whole. So we're about to see massive changes again. It'll start out slowly, but I think Mr. Keshe is working in multi-arenas simultaneously with doctors, with space agencies, hospitals, mineral people or mining people, energy people. So there's a lot that's going to, I would say, pop pretty close to each other. As he said, mankind will become drunk with this technology and will forget about this war. So I think it's got to be really not just one or two things. It's going to be the whole spectrum of things just appearing one after the other to make us all sit down and think of who we are and what is our existence in the universe really mean.
That's beautiful. Thank you all.
Yeah. Anyone else have a comment or a thought? Thank you again. You're all part of the original knowledge seekers, I would say, and there's many, many more that we aren't aware of, but they're also original knowledge seekers. So as I said, we will play the flight system. I think this will be used for tourism. Mr. Keshe was talking about interacting with the craft, but again, maybe you'll just have a soul ship or something where the souls just come in and one person is a captain. But then on the other hand, he said, we don't need captains anymore. So we'll have to see how this, but it's all beautiful. It's all good. And it's all bringing us into a totally new dimension that this planet has never experienced since his existence. Thank you again. And I will play the flight system, which Mr. Keshe did say, all I need to do is add a couple of bits and bobs to it, and it will fly. Okay, here we go. Let's start that again. And so thank you all. Have a wonderful rest of your holiday, if you're on holiday, and try to be part of this opportunity, this offer from the Keshe Foundation of starting to solve this very large problem on this planet. Thank you all.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.